everyone, welcome to the Cursed Ones. Help! Help me! Help me! I just ran for my fucking life for this campaign. I want the world to know. I could have not have, but I care about you guys, and I want to play a fun little game of Dungeons and Dragons and not make everyone wait for 10 years for me to meander my gay little ass down the street. Hello.
I'd wait 20 years for you. That's how much I appreciate you.
I don't love you back.
No more than that.
So,
I don't believe that. I'm thinking it's closer to like 13, not 20.
Let's
like
go
the
over
Homestuck
our
number.
introductions and let's jump. Oh fuck! Let's jump. Help me. All right, we'll just do basic introductions today. Arf, go.
Hi, I'm Ethan. I play Yaksha. And I'm stoked to be here.
No, you're not.
I am Deus Ex Machina. I'm Dean. I'm the Dungeon Master, and I play everyone else, and I run this shit show. All right,
Hi.
Owl or not to Owl.
Hi, I'm Ro. I play Aros and Levi. Most the 50%. I'm also happy to be here.
Why are you all lying today? Z Tony Spells.
Hey, I'm Z Tony Spells, and I play Gideon Godbrand.
Damn.
Being forced to play today against my will.
Yeah,
I'd rather be doing other stuff.
Well, thank you for at least being honest with me. That's what I appreciate most in life. All right, next up we have Diverged, Beheaded, Survived.
Hi, I'm Diverged, Beheaded, Survived. I was Diverged, Beheaded, and I survived. I play Alice, and I got beheaded last session.
Woo! Speaking of last session, let's do our recap and then let's jump into things, shall we? To keep it relatively short this time around, last session... Actually, wait, I have to do the thing. Do you guys want the Callie one-shot or do you want the session? What recap do you want?
Callie one shot.
The one we weren't all there for besides one other person.
So,
And I saw the Callie one shot.
in the mysterious
Brown
Callista Faraday one-shot, Callie was left alone, of course, with Henri to take care of her after the party were sent to go after the Mad Wolf, also known as Lens Lome, Lelee's estranged, fucked up, silly little uncle shithead. So, with Callie on her own with Henri, the two of them got into a little bit of a conversation with each other, mostly about Gideon, with Henri just going like, damn, that guy fucking sucks and is a boy failure and is probably dying of 10 diseases. How do you feel about this? And Callista going, yeah. That was about that. From there, however, they heard another voice down the hallway and were introduced to a little innocent little British girl named Alice, who immediately promptly stabbed Callie with a weird brain syringe thing and sent Callie into a strange flashback of the past. In this flashback, Callie kind of relived an experience where back in school, Gideon was forced to perform wrist pocket in front of the class and fucking failed like an idiot loser boy failure, and Callie did literally nothing to help him. Well, she tried, but she just failed miserably, and Gideon was forced to embarrass himself in front of the whole class. After this upsetting display, Callie got basically, the teacher was talking, was like, hey, you gotta go give his parents a demerit slip. Sorry, like, you walk him home. We don't even have fucking contact to his parents. That's your thing to go do, child. And they sent Callie on her way, to which she went to go look for Gideon. Couldn't find him in their typical little, like, lunch spot nook, instead only finding a flower pot that was tipped over and fucking ravaged. But eventually, she did find Gideon, being fucking bullied the shit out of in a little kind of bathroom stall by this shithead kid named Deus, who was pretty much just upset that, despite the fact that they were both, like, really bad, low of the class, like, they're boy failing to fucking back students, that Gideon at least didn't get scolded in front of class by the teacher, and the teacher at least waited until after class to give out the demerits when Deus unfairly gets, like, harassed in front of the class by the teacher. So she thought that was unfair enough of a kind of juxtaposition to start bullying the shit out of this kid who's, like, about, like, 12 years old when she's, like, 40. He's just a little guy. So after the kind of bullying hazing goes down, Callie starts trying to break into the room. However, it's arcane locked, so eventually Callie starts, like, focusing on the knock spell, manages to get the door down just in time for a strange flash to go off throughout the room. That is about where the vision ended, where Callie then woke up and was met with none other than our favorite motherfucker, Zabalba. And they had an interesting conversation, the two of them, with Zabalba basically inquiring as to what Callista's thoughts were on Gideon, on life, on sickness, on a couple of other topics here and there. And then eventually Zabalba was like, hey, I'm gonna give you a choice right now. Either you can go scurry back to your friends, or I can give you information that they cannot find. Callie decided, I'm gonna take the information, why don't I, and was plunged into a strange depths. Within these depths, there was the ruins of the old academy, alongside a mysterious and miraculously intact cabin. Callie first went to the wreckage of the school, where she found Whalefall, quote-unquote. It was actually just one of those stretched umbral elves that was, completely fucked up. And Callie spoke to Dead with this creature, learned that its name was C3 Vertebrae, and was previously a part of the kind of body system that the Deverum had set up, but kind of got shunned away. So, with that found out, and Callie having talked to that person, Callie then decided to go look at the old hiding spot that she and Gideon used to hang out at, only to see a giant fucked up moose creature dive under the water and try and eat at the Whalefall. It was fucking scary. Cece was actively fucking horrified, which I'm very happy I could do. We hate a moose. We hate seeing a moose underwater. After that, Callie escaped, but before she did, she talked a bit to the flower that was still in there. Miraculously, it had been regrown. And she basically learned that, Deus had regrown this thing. And hey, oh shit, Deus is still down here. It's the sea elf girl. It's Deus, this kid from Callie's past. That's fucking cool. And then Callie finds Deus, and then Deus runs the fuck away. From there, things heat up as Callie goes to look at that kind of strange house and finds a cage made of human bodies. From there, the nature of sickness, of health, of what is an infection and what isn't is brought up between both Xibalba and Callie. As Xibalba is basically trying to say to Callie, you should kill this fucking cage, because this is no way of living. I at least salvage the brains. I think it's the best thing. Scrapping them and turning people into nothing but functions is a really shitty way to transform a body. They have a little philosophical debate about this, and Callie eventually finds out that this house is the tear to the far realm that the Deverum told the rest of the party about, way down at the bottom of Seperternum. And this is very likely where the actual Elder Brain part of Xibalba is lying. From there, after Xibalba once again tried to get Callie on its side, Callie turned him down. And Xibalba said, well, that's a shame. Because this cage that's currently keeping this part of the Far Realm in here is also, it would have protected you if you had come in and joined me from what is outside. To which Callie is attacked by the giant moose creature, which happens to be that corrupted form of Satari that you guys had previously seen. So Callie is thankfully pulled out of the way by Deus, and the two of them make a daring escape back to land. As they do, though, Callie starts talking to Deus, and Deus eventually admits that she has wild magic, that she's a screw-up, that everything fucking sucks, and that she's a monster. However, Callie embraces her, tells her that this is okay, and that she's allowed to let that stuff out. To which Deus fends Satari back with a devastating wild magic surge that sends cascading lightning down at Satari's frame, as Callie uses the water to pull Satari back in. From there, the two of them go into a lift, an interesting lift that, one person in here will recognize from another certain one-shot that I ran with them, as they are brought back up to the Luminary city. And with footsteps approaching in the distance, that is where things left off with Callie, with Deus skittering off into the distance, and a group walking ahead. So, without further ado, are we ready to jump into this session, session 189? We are almost at session 190, holy fuck.
Good God.
Good fucking
yes.
Lord. Alright.
Session 200, the bombs go off.
Yep, exactly, that's...
There's always bombs.
Session 200, Jimmy Carter goes down.
If that happens, that will be the most nuts thing that ever occurs in Cursed Ones.
Trust me, I'm a prophet, I know everything.
He's never gonna die.
It's okay. It's okay, Cece.
Yeah.
Well, he's already dead, and they already replaced him with a very realistic Disney animatronic.
Shit.
Maybe. Maybe you're right.
Avril Lavigne's him.
An animatronic.
That's basically...
That reminds me. Alright, so, without further ado, let's jump into the session. Don't take another step forward. Please, turn back. A choked voice on the wind. It hums with a gentle static to it, a distant connection, struggling to keep itself steady without crackling out into nothing. Unfortunately, there's nothing but forward, isn't there? There's a horrible familiarity in these walls, an expressionist interpretation of a life once lived now turned shockingly abstract. It's gestural in its mark-making. The actual art style that this tortured building takes is called horror vacui, translating to fear of empty space. There's a religious psychedelic to it. Each wall is filled to the brim in wriggling structure and detail that would take far too long for what it's worth to build. It's nauseating to try and dig into each aspect of filigree to see where it starts and ends. The details just keep growing. The hallway is drunk on rebuilding itself. So much so that it's hard at first to notice that there's another figure in the hall alongside you all. There's so much detail that you think the distant movement may just be a trick of the scaffolding, but no. Shadows line up. Your eyes and body all readjust and notice flesh amongst the structure. Movement far too quick. The pounding of limbs against the brick, carpet, marble, and moss. Like watching a zoetrope wind up. You see something skinny and long go for a window and slither out like a lamprey, only to be obscured by the great shadow of something moving from behind to in front. An aggressive leap forward, jaws ready to scalp. When all of your eyes adjust to the sudden feat of speed, Adalwulf's form is pressing another to the ground, appendage paws wrapped around Callie's form. It takes a moment to decipher if this positioning is meant to be for cradling or for snapping a neck clean. But what it takes quicker to notice is that, well, that figure is Callie. You're actually unsure with how quick that movement Adalwulf made, if the injuries across her form are from the wolf or from something else. As the voice rings out low and methodical. I protect you, my dear pack. Worry not, I am the larger predatory creature in these halls. As Callie, you feel a pressure around your neck, heavy and measured, and about to jolt. Adalwulf's about to snap her neck.
Whoa,
What are
hey,
you doing?
Hey, she's with us. Adalwulf. Hey.
Hello? Oh dear.
And as you, call this out, Aros, I think a very genuinely startled look for just a moment crawls up his features, only to be replaced with almost this kind of eerie grin that kind of slides up his features as he slowly turns Callie over and releases the kind of, ready to strike and crack kind of neck position. And yeah, just looks down, and slowly, once again, that smile kind of changes in its tenor. Oh, Callista. Oh, it's been much time, has it not?
Oh. She just glances between Adalwulf and the party, so it went well then with the wolf?
Oh,
Thank
it
goodness.
most certainly did. And he just plops Callie onto the ground, and with his jaw snaps shut with the proficiency of a horrible machine, and he kind of rolls over onto his side in an active submission, and kind of just lays there lounging around Callie's form. And very quickly kind of looks back to you all. So, part of the pack, of course. Of course. Sorry, you are not there when things changed for me, so took me a moment to recognize.
I was not, and I'm sorry to have missed it. I'm sorry I startled you as well. I was, had a bit of a day.
All is fine. I am just happy to see that you are alive and well, Callie. I thought you had fallen in battle. But it seems we've both undergone quite the transformation, have we not?
Yes, was formerly dead, now back. It happens.
Oh, I understand the feeling all too well.
Are you all alright?
Yes, we're all
Situation
quite all
seems
right.
good.
We made it through without many issues.
Good.
Oh, well, it really seems that you are all right, does it not? Because you see his kind of ears flatten back, and you can swear you mark the expression of fascination as he kind of gestures his nose behind you all. You survived a Vorpal strike. How fascinating! He's addressing you, Alice, who has skittered into the scene. You found your way through the Luminary City after Elian left you a note as to where he was going.
Is everything okay now, or?
Oh.
She's much quieter because she's very uncertain about what she's seeing.
Oh, I worry not. I do remember you were working with the rest of them, and I do sincerely apologize for our prior interactions. Kind of bows his head to you.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to blast at you. I thought that was the only thing to do in the moment, and I suppose you felt
blasting
the
me is
same.
nothing compared to me striking your head or spike off of your body. It's all forgiven and in the past, at least on my end. But if there's anything I can do to make it up to you, then... And he kind of once again, he just slowly gets to his feet and starts walking over, kind of head hung low to try and like give a expression of groveling, but he's far too big for that to be anything other than kind of scary.
He's just stock still. I think we're fine. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I am happy to see you up and well, and I'm sure all of your friends are as well. They were very worried, so it seems.
Right. I just followed the note Elian left me, so I wasn't sure if I would find anyone again, but I'm glad I did.
Oh, don't worry. I was gonna come back for you once we set up shop over here. Was about to set down the teleportation circle. You looked about almost finished up there, but kinda smiles. Glad you're doing okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure what happened other than that, but thank you for making sure I wasn't completely aimless.
After Adalwulf does his little apology tour and reintroduction, you see him immediately kind of just nod at the scene and then turn around and just start sniffing and scoping at the walls and immediately just ignoring whatever you guys are going to get up to, and is just slowly making eerily similar movements to the twisting of the Baksh kind of esque walls.
Eris is gonna fall back a bit to Alice and just start letting her know what happened for the most part.
Can I also know what happened?
Yeah.
You can also like join in on this.
Yeah, Callie would scuttle up because I mean she doesn't know how much she's missed. She doesn't know how long she was knocked out for, and the fact that she missed the wolf and Alice getting fucking beheaded is alarming to her. So she scuttles up and is like, "Hi, so is now a good time to exchange what maybe we missed?"
Yeah. Story time. God.
Just out of character, Ines and Cece, do you know the gist of what happened?
Mostly.
Okay.
Vaguely, I think so.
Are there any details you're not rock solid on that you want to be elaborated?
Well, I don't know how the wolf got this way, but nobody does. So
Okay.
Nobody knows that, and we're not allowed to get elaboration, so... I'm trying to think, but it's kind of foggy.
Yeah, okay. So basically, I was just wondering in case there's any, like, major things to kind of kick up. I see you giving those fucking eyes at me. Yeah, so if you guys are... Yeah, Aros, I mean, you can give, like, a basic rundown in character if you want, but just, since they already know most of it, I guess what's the kind of summary that Aros gives? How flourished? Give us the vibes, the strokes.
Of keen mind.
What?
Of keen mind.
Yes, I do. So, it's 100% accurate, but also there's a lot of, like, he definitely, flourishes, like, I mean, definitely flourishes what everybody does for the most part, but, basic story beats are the same. He does share that, like, oh yeah, Gideon, like, telepathied into Mad Wolf. Something happened. Nobody really knows, and he's not telling us. So.
Hey, I told you, we talked it out and he's fine now. I was pretty clear on that.
Yeah,
Right,
thankfully,
yeah.
Aros, for reference, you are able to get across this kind of, like, slight suspicion and such in your tone of, oh, he didn't fully explain, like, we think there's more. You're able to get this across because Gideon has wandered off to the other side of the room to kind of be a little closer to Adalwulf for the time being. Yeah, you elaborate this out, kind of giving your flourishes here and there. Is there anything that you omit?
Nothing important. probably amidst his little, how he and Gideon held back for a little bit with the, star fragment, but he does mention how, Gideon's looking for them.
Gotcha. The star fragments. Perfect. And you don't mention the vision you saw?
No.
Okay. So you two are given a relatively apt yet colorful description of what went down, with each word kind of painting a new brush stroke and the occasional metaphor that's a little bit cheesy and such for such a death-defying situation, but that's just how Aros tells it, of course. You get the sense that you're not missing anything too big, but that is indeed what you guys are all caught up on.
Okay.
All right. Well, I suppose that's good. If
You just talked it out?
Apparently, that's what he's, been saying, at least. Talked it out and everything worked out.
Most
and
big fights like that can't just be talked out, right? Typically speaking? I mean,
No.
it'd be a lot easier if that were the case.
yeah. Can I ask I guess this is a Dion question.
Mm-hmm.
Did Adalwulf's appearance change substantially between like the wolf form and now?
No, it's the same
No.
wolf.
Okay,
same
it's
wolf,
the same.
no
Okay.
physical changes.
Okay. I see. Huh. Well, it's I suppose a good thing if he talked about it. Huh.
Yeah, I guess I just hope that it'll be as smooth with the Luminary.
Oh yes, right. Well, if he's up and talkative, I'm sure he the Adalwulf, you said is the title now.
Yeah, Adalwulf.
I'd
does
imagine.
Very friendly, very helpful, so
Yes,
good ally to have.
and the Luminary will probably appreciate that.
Allie, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes,
You knew Gideon as a child, correct?
I did.
What kind of comparisons do you think you could draw with current Gideon and child Gideon? Any similarities, differences? I mean, I'm sure a lot of things has happened to him, as you know, but
That is there's for the possibly the first time, I mean, you haven't known Callie very long, but possibly this is the first time that there's like a bit of a cold expression that crosses her lines, because that is eerily similar to what she just spent the whole time talking about with Zabalba. And is like, oh, that's well, that's funny you ask. I just spent quite a lot of time thinking about that. If it's all right if I ask, how long has it been approximately since you last saw me? I'm not sure how long I was knocked
I
out
wouldn't know
for.
either. I was beheaded.
I'm
how are
really
you-
sorry that happened.
How are
Glad
you
you're
feeling,
okay.
by the way?
Just for reference, I guess, for your guys' sake, I think we were all split up for a total of about 8 hours in total.
8 hours.
Okay. I suppose I was knocked out for about 6 of them then. That sounds right.
What
Okay.
what happened with you?
Is Henri okay? Is Henri alright? I should ask.
She seemed best way to put it is
You saw her, and she's
Yes,
here, and
she-
she's fine.
in one piece.
Okay.
There's a
Oh.
possibility. I don't know. Her voice did some strange things, and I'm not entirely certain that it's all her in there
Did
anymore.
strange things?
What does that mean?
I could it's probably just me being paranoid, but it's.
I mean, hey, we're dealing with forces that have been known to have very specific verbal ways of flourishing themselves. Would you happen to say that the voice was at all similar to any of these characters that
Yeah, again, it could just be paranoia. I it happens.
I hear this. Hear this?
What?
Do I hear this?
Yeah, you're
As
in
I-
the conversation.
You're here.
here.
Yeah.
You are standing
You're
here,
here. Okay.
Yaksha.
Then I'm absolutely gonna butt in and say, no, you're not being paranoid, Aros. She was different.
Okay, and did she
I don't
tell you
suppose
what
Henri typically has
happened to me?
telepathy, right?
I didn't hear any instance of telepathy from that kid. No.
Her voice was completely different. She
Oh no.
traded our mind link.
What do you know, Callie?
Did she tell you what happened to me?
Said he went after a girl named Alice.
I was abducted.
What?
I was knocked out and abducted.
Oh,
New information?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
So Henri
How'd
and
you get
Merrick
back?
are compromised.
Well, Zubulba wanted a long talk with me, which I suppose was appreciated in the sense that it kept me alive and was not whatever it did with Henri.
It's here?
You met
It's
it?
here.
Yes, it's been here.
Okay, I think this is a group discussion. This is a serious group. He kind of just puts his head in his hands and looks over to where Gideon and Adalwulf is, and just is gonna go. Hold your thoughts for a second, or give it now. But he kind of is weighing, like, do we want to rope Gideon in, like, let him finish up what he's doing and let him into this, or
What is he doing? What is Bro doing?
Bro's just chatting. They're just hanging out in the other side of the room.
Gideon, you have time?
And let's actually quickly, as you yell this out, let's move over. All right, Tony, do you want them deafened or do you want them not deafened?
They don't need to deafen them for literally every conversation I have with them out there. It's fine.
This was on your request. This was on your request.
Yes, so
What do you mean?
as Adalwulf skulked off to the corner, you trail along, kind of bobbling after him, his kind of big nose sniffing out through everything and getting a read of the room and kind of just elegantly admiring perhaps his handiwork in some way. You are following me?
Yes. I had a thought. No, just it was curious. I just had a curiosity. I wanted to follow it up. I noticed when we were talking about the Archblades earlier, you specifically mentioned that you intentionally abandoned the Blasphemy Blade. I'm a bit curious as to why.
Well, that is, as many things are, a bit of a deeply complex personal question, but for you it is one I am willing to answer. We'll kind of turn around and stop poking kind of at the walls and such, and we'll just kind of sit down. Well, the blade at first was merely a request from Eldrin himself, and who was I to turn that down, I suppose? It was one for his young daughter. I actually didn't know he had one until he put in the formal request, and I requested that I would need to know and feel the hand of whoever it was that I was sculpting for. Of course, I met up with the little girl, and well, she was not all too enthused about being given a weapon. More of a pacifist artist type, a little bit more interested in medical scientists, from what I was heard and told. She was not thrilled about the idea. And honestly, nor was I, for the sheer prospect that I had never made an arc blade for someone who wasn't an elf, and it's... well... it was a new affair. And he kind of sighs. But we made it work. As well as we could, at the very least. Given that she was resistant to the idea, as the blade was resistant, it didn't exactly meld properly, like the other arc blades did to their wielders. It took the name for itself, the Blasphemy Blade. Was never used in combat or anything of the like, and was kind of just kept away. I asked if I could reset it, give it to another elf. Veldrin denied it. So, never really saw it again. Never saw the girl again either. Till after the fall, I found her. Throughout everything. And, well, that is what was keeping her alive. That act of blasphemy, but she was not thrilled to spill blood. She was not thrilled as to what she had to do, consume, grow with to survive. I confiscated it at her request. Something in her snapped. I'm afraid that the rest of my memory of this time is a bit hazy. Given the amount of damage I sustained, quickly following attempt of sequestering it. Kind of taps on his head. This was not always as wolfish as it is now. Not as sturdy. But I was able to throw it away. Shunned it. Threw it down the deepest hole I could find. I know little of what happened to it. I never went looking for it again. It just... She wanted it gone. But then when I took it, something in her broke.
Alright, then. So, do you know why she disposed of it? Just simply because of the violence it represented?
More than that. Arc blades, you're aware of how they reflect the internal parts of the wielder? Have you learned of this?
Yes, I'm somewhat aware of it.
Due to all of her doubt that was there during the ritual of bonding to the blade itself, I think what happened is that instead of holding the aspects that she loves about herself, it held the aspects she most despised, the ones that she thought was wrong, the ones most blasphemous. It was powerful. She just hated. It was some aspect, some part of her. I don't know. When I held the blade, well, that is when I sustained the damage I speak of, you know?
Yes.
It was... near like the sensation you showed me. It does not elaborate on that, just kind of nods at you. All encompassing.
I see.
At the time, I couldn't handle it. I don't think she did either, so she threw it away.
Alright then. That's certainly interesting to learn.
I would be quite thrilled, actually, if I could talk to it again. I think for the same reasons you might be thinking right now. It's piqued your interest, has it not?
A bit, I would say, yes. Given the context of everything.
Then keep an eye out. I'll be honest. I have not a clue of how it would look nowadays. And that is about when Yaksha's voice cuts over. Hey Gideon! Is what yells out. Continue, Ethan. Oh, what a needy
We're not talking about something too important because we've got something important here.
I didn't make out any of that. You're gonna have to repeat it, Ethan.
Hope you're not talking about
Way
something
too
too
fast.
important because we've got something pretty important here.
Alright then. And Gideon just sort of walks over. What is it?
Yeah, we're Henri, right?
Yes, I remember her.
Alright, circling back a bit. Callie got kidnapped by Zabulba. Is that correct, Callie?
Yes, I wasn't, I didn't realize you weren't aware. So, should I just explain, what happened?
Helpful.
Yes, I
Well.
think you very much should.
Okay, so, about, well, I suppose about 8 hours ago, I was staying with Henri, and, little girl walks up, says that she's looking for her dad, and I'm like, oh, there's a little girl down here that's looking for her dad. That's alarming. That's possibly not a bit real. Oh, sorry. Possibly not real, but, well, Henri had a trap set up in the door, and we figured it would go off. She disarmed it and then came in, and I was trying to talk to her when she, stabbed me in the back of the neck with something, and then, I was knocked out. I hope that wasn't prions, what she, induced upon me.
You're able to cast magic?
Uh, she just does like a little shape water. Yeah. Is that good then? Not prions?
Really good. Really,
Okay.
really, really,
Okay.
really good. Really
Okay,
good.
that's
Yeah.
relief. Okay.
Okay, so
Good, then-
we're not infected, hopefully. All right.
Yeah. Just a regular incapacitation poison, whatever it was. So I wake up probably something about 2 hours ago. Had a bit of a chat with Zabulba in its, I assume its regular form, not the little girl. We talked. It had things that it wanted me to know and wanted me to use me to impart onto all of you, which I understand is just not beneficial for either of us, really, because information from Jalolba is not really that appreciated, but I had no other choice because I figured it was either I'd listen to what it tells me or it kills me. So, it wanted to send me down to there's these depths beneath the Luminary city here, just a lot of water, and there's ruins down there of the academy, and
Huh.
well, the tear that's through to the far realm is, I don't know if there's more than one, but at the very least one of them is down there. And so is our friend Satari. I wasn't aware of the form she was taking. It was new information to me. The tear to the far realm is being contained by, I believe it's a piece of the Devorian, a body of sorts, just all around it. A little bit disturbing, but succeeding mostly, seems like, aside from, well, everything else that's obviously happening. And,
Okay.
this was a bit of a personal quest, not immediately relevant, but, the sea elf girl we were seeing before, it turns out it's, Deus. You remember her, Gideon. She's,
I somewhat remember her, yes.
yeah, she's had a change of heart. Well, I don't know if I can say she's doing better, because, not really anything's doing better down here, but, we talked. And she's sorry, but she's... I don't know if Lelee is here canonically, but just, like, she has wild magic. It seems similar to what Lelee has happening, and she was very powerful. She was able to frighten the beast, Satari, which was very useful for my ability to remain alive. And she's here. She left, but she's around in Seperternum, and if all goes well, we can find her again. I think she'd be quite a bit of help to us, considering she's quite powerful. Even if difficult to control, she's really trying, and she's full of a lot of potential. And
All right,
what else? Zadolda was telling me a lot about the politics of what is and isn't sickness, so we might hear about that kind of soon.
Yes, I'm sure it has its opinions on it.
Oh, yes, it does. And I don't know, I suppose someone recently hurt its feelings by calling it a sickness, and it wanted to know if I thought it was a sickness. I disagreed. I don't know if that really matters that I tell you all what the argument was. That just...
Well, it's been a back and forth thing with all of us, I think, recently. Just
right.
what everything kind of counts as down here.
Did you discover anything new while you were separated from us? New area or objects or anything?
Well, what's in the depths for one. That object.
What did it look like when you were
say
down
the depths, yeah.
Yeah.
I came up the lift. We could go down the lift if you needed to go.
It's
Gideon, was it the same as when you went down, or would you say that would be a different section of the depths?
Sounds similar enough. I certainly haven't seen any other elevators that go down that deep.
You went down there? Or...
Oh, yes, for a bit when I was separated from everyone here.
Really?
Yes.
The whole problem is that was engulfed in water and presumably umbra.
There was, however, the bit of shore that was covered in like petrified clothing and fucked up bodies, Callie.
Ah. Well, yes, same place. I was in the water, and I assumed that it was umbra and might have an effect on me soon. So
yes, that might not be great. I mean, we can hope that, given the state of your body and how it was created, that might give you some resistances, though we have no way of really knowing.
That would be nice. Keep an eye on it. But primarily, it's that what the Deverin is doing down there is functionally quarantining the tear to the far realm, because there's not much else it can do. It can't exactly be killed or anything like that, to its knowledge. I wasn't able to get inside.
Alright. You wouldn't happen to know Gate Seal, would you, Alien?
Me? Nope.
And I suppose we don't know anyone who does.
There has to be some way of doing it.
There is. There's a
do I
spell,
remember...
but... Oh, yeah?
I was gonna say, is there anything I would know from having been tossed in there and then not being able to find my way out and then find my way out again?
Good call. Yeah, absolutely. Roll... History.
Natural 20!
Makes sense.
There you go.
You watched
Silver
it happen.
bars.
Silver... Fuck you, Tony.
31
right.
if you want to add my modifier.
With that, you get the sense that there needs to be some level of want to close the far realm by the party that opened it. Enough of a fear of what could come out that you immediately shunted away. When Veldrin retracted his hand and recoiled from that startling fear that crept up his whole system, that is the exact moment that the portal cracked and started to close. When he let go is when it closed.
We don't necessarily need a spell to close the tear. If the Deverim is the one who opened this tear, he has to want to close it.
Well, if that's the case, why haven't they closed it yet already?
Yeah, it seems like she does when it closed.
Interesting.
I have an idea. We'd have to reason with her. We'd have to talk to her about it, but I think she opened the tear originally to seek guidance, like my Veldrin did, and she got that guidance, quote-unquote, through Mind Flayers, and now the Mind Flayers are taking care of the she changed elves. She's grown dependent on them, and their presence is normalized even if she hates the Far Realm or even if she hates the Balba. We need to try and convince her that she can sort of manage it with other people's help or just without them.
That would be a good direction to go in. Part of the issue, though, there might be the fact that we need to consider the kind of help that the Devrim likes to work in.
Right.
I think I can reason with her. I know she doesn't trust me, because of course she doesn't, but I want to think that there is a way to get through to her. I want to think that there is a way to talk her out of this, because I can... You might think about it literally, that I literally am a different Alice, but I can really see where and why she is the way she is. I want to tell her that there's something better, that there's something else we can do, that we don't have to keep doing what she's doing, because I don't think she knows there's another way. I think she's too scared to explore that for herself.
Well, hearty conversation worked well for me. Kind of Adalwulf strolls over with a big smile. I don't see why it wouldn't be worth a shot.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd want to at least try.
I can hope at the very least that she likes Zilolda even less than she would like you. Can I
say there's a fair increment of that?
I'm sorry if this is an insensitive question, but I feel like I need to ask, how did this even happen? How are the three of you?
I neglect to explain
The Far Realm.
Alright. That's believable.
Eldrin Voller.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Magic. Alien
I'm
just
unaware
does
of the guy.
this.
Yeah.
How are
fair
you,
enough.
a living star bear?
Eldrin Voller. I've got my answer. Fair enough. I apologize.
My Veldrin was as...
You could tell Elian is very genuinely trying to, not force Alice into this uncomfortable conversation.
She shoots him a very a slightly grateful look, but it just kind of it's better not to keep it a secret, she thinks. So she's my Veldrin, he thought it was a good idea to send me to the Far Realm personally to go look for the first Veldrin Prime. That wasn't a good idea, and Zabalba's sort of like a part of me.
Right.
At some point, we split, we diverged, and I didn't even really know of its existence. Not as in I didn't know it existed, but I didn't really process it as a part of me. I didn't think I could do anything along the lines of whatever its plans are.
Right.
I don't want to frighten you. I don't want you to think that I'm anything like it. I know that there have been similarities, and I'm afraid of those similarities. Just to be very transparent, I don't ever want to be anything like it.
Yeah, I get it. And
That's
so
there's three of us.
And so is it? So you and Zilolda are two, peas in a pod, and then Devrim is a separate pod, you'd say? This timeline's pod, and then you're kind of just on a different planet somewhere?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. And if that other plant had already wilted, but my pod survived and somehow started growing on the other plant.
Right. Alice is from another timeline.
Yes, that's what I think.
I think that's the streamline.
Yeah.
Timeline, actually.
Right.
That helps, though.
Fuck you, Aros. Elian nudges Aros.
And
I think talking's worth a shot. we'll talk, and it'll work out, I think. You guys.
Yeah.
Yes, talking. Wonderful thing to do when you get to the Deverim, though. Not to fast-track things along, but we were here for my grace, the Luminary, were we not?
Yeah. Just always good to have things in the back pocket in case we end up somewhere unexpected. But we should probably keep heading to the expected.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's focus on
Well,
the Luminary.
I have been scoping out my old handiwork while you have all been having your discussions and getting caught up. Good. Good. Glad to see the pack working together. However, I have come to realize that I was quite the well-adept locker of doors, so it seems. This will not be easy. Kind of gives a little grin, and then kind of walks you guys down the hallway just a little bit from where you're standing. Leads you out into the room ahead. This is the kind of skeleton of the design that the Academy used to take up, but made from different building blocks. And the great entrance hall is large around you all. It bears the old skeleton of the Academy's entrance, though it misses its many decorations, instead replaced with a colossal thing. Metal and stone, made from skilled hands that were no doubt shaking with an intoxication to them. It looks like some strange effigy, an attempt at sculpting a woman. Parts are kind of like... some of the parts that were most held dear are out on display kind of front and center. There is a sculpted anatomical heart that wraps around her form, eyes, face, lips rendered perfectly. The pose is lovingly picked, a woman crouched down and tending to a wound with one hand and the other holding a goblet. The sculpture hasn't foregone adding things like wrinkles, smile lines, crow's feet, but the expression is morose. Perhaps smiling, perhaps a worried frown. It's hidden, partially, behind a veil anyways. Callie and Gideon, you recognize this as a statue of Haelwyn. Jagged spikes shoot out around the back and the head, an attempt at depicting the grandiose and effortless radiance of a halo she kinda always had. And wrapped around the legs of the statue are a number of roots that Adalwulf's lips curl at. Kinda worriedly sniffs at their base, careful not to touch the way the curling barbs and sharp edges, as he does. Oh, my love. These roots are not your skin. Remember, they aren't your veins. He kind of composes himself and turns. I built this, as I mentioned before, to be a test of the mind. Though truth be told, I made it impossible for a single mind to parse on its own, or it would merely shut down if it tried to ingest all of it on its own. Yeah? That remains true. What better of a way to keep people out than sending them into the thing most likely to stop them? Their own mind. At least, with mine so broken at the time, I saw that foolproof. Who knows? Perhaps it still is. As it stands, there will be no progress in this room, as things stand. You could keep walking forward down this hallway, but you will find yourself spiraling into a loop. There is chronology all across these walls. It could age you years. So, let's cut to the chase. The trick of this place begins with her. And he raises a paw up towards the eyes of the statue and brushes the cheek tenderly. As you watch from the eyes of this statue pours a liquid, low, thick, oily, and umbral, as the tears roll down in a set flow down the chin, through the arms, up to the fingernails that clasp the small goblet that soon fills with the nectar. This trial makes you do one of the scariest things you can. Makes you let yourself go. Body. Mind. In the truest way Seperternum can grant nowadays. Takes the goblet in his massive hands and holds it between two claws towards you all. Through umbra. This, my friends, is why I consider my locking skills to be so effective. Because this will not all be good. Won't be seamless. just kind of holding the goblet for you all, kind of looking at your reactions.
Single mind can take it, you said?
Oh no. Not
It's
at
good
all.
we're in a group then.
Precisely. Precisely.
Are we drinking it, or?
Oh yes. If you wish to proceed.
Let's not waste your time.
Alright,
Uh,
then.
All of us?
I-
Alrighty then.
I'm unable to drink anything.
Oh, I'm sure you will find your way.
All right.
So all of us need to drink it for all of us to proceed, or is it a... Like,
Think of
we
it as
that
if
can-
a small ritual. You will all take a single sip. See it unfold for yourselves.
Fair enough.
One sip each.
Get this over with.
You are all more open to this than I thought you would. Kind of big smile, walks over. Very amused at how willing you guys all are to give yourselves to this substance that you've been avoiding thus far, pure umbra.
I mean, I just spent a couple hours in it, so how much worse can it get? I shouldn't say that. It can get worse all the time.
That
No way through go forward, though.
It's true.
This much is true. Well then. If you would like, I can explain more of what you're about to ingest, or you can go in blind. Whatever would
would
give
like
you
an
more peace of
explanation.
mind.
Would it help?
Probably not.
Does it taste good?
Oh no.
Very well then. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab it and take a sip.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just grab the goblet and just take a little sip. You hand it out to anyone else?
Yeah, I just pull it out like that.
I take it and then I watch to see if anything happens immediately afterwards.
I mean,
Putting Yaksha on the spike.
you most certainly see Yaksha's face kind of
Antlers.
slowly kind of drifting into a little bit wider of a smile, and eyes kind of getting a little half-lidded and very chilled out expression on her face.
He just kind of notes that he's rather reluctant, but he is rather curious on what it tastes like. So he takes a sip, passes it on.
Who takes it next?
Callie will take it.
Gideon.
Oh,
fuck.
Callie, you guys
Gideon
grab the
first.
glass at the same time.
Oh, you first.
Yeah, Gideon drinks it. Group
Yep.
drink.
You pass it on to
The goblet's
Callie.
wide enough.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I'll lift up your mask, and then it's just Benny and Alice who grabs it next.
Benny would take it
Mm-hmm.
and just say, cheers. Take
You
a
take
sip.
Take a sip, and you hand it out to Alice.
Yep.
Alice, you were the only one who asked for an explanation, and I think Adalwulf gives a tilt at your head, just as everyone else has fully imbibed and just steamrolled over your request for information. Do you join them?
I'm not sure how to in the present moment.
Could we try to do a little bit of like...
Oh, Callie, you cannot talk right now. Ain't
Oh,
no
fuck,
fucking
never
way.
mind.
You are chilled out of your gourd. We will get to
Never
you.
mind. I got shit to say. You're right. My bad.
Len's, or Adalwulf will just, like, hold the glass up and we'll just go, I'm sure it will find its way inside. And we'll just, like, kind of hold it up to the beak, like the tip of the beak.
Okay. He dunks the beak in, very uncertain. To her knowledge, she's never eaten anything with that beak.
The liquid lessens in the amount in the goblet. As you think really hard about taking a sip, it slightly. You don't even taste it. But you most certainly all feel it. As Lelee goes to grab the glass, Adalwulf immediately dumps the rest of it onto the ground and pushes Lelee out of the way. And those three, Adalwulf, Elian, and Lelee, all get to watch. Some of you guys are familiar with the gentle blush that falls over your faces after you've drank too much. the gentle fireplace warmth that makes your cheeks feel like candles have been held to them, the buzzing numbness that sits at the tip of your nose and the base of your fingertips. It's eerie how quick it comes on after the drink slides down your throat. There's usually time, with substance, to give it a second, to think, to steady your thoughts, to make a checklist of, alright, what do I need to remember once this shit hits? And maybe some extra time to placebo yourself into thinking that you're already fucked. The, this ain't shit, maybe I should take another sip phase. This, almost mercifully, skips the part of the experience, and instead, you were given no chance to think of what reversing this, about how to even begin to reverse this decision as you turn into a warm light. It feels kind of like the beginning of the flu. Parts of your body cold and part of it hot. Horrible aches in your mind that for a second knit into gentle pangs that feel like a massage. Your joints feel a bit like stretched taffy. There's a good, there's a bad, an angel, a diamond. Then there's just sensation. I want all of you roll D100.
Cool.
Okay.
Oh boy! Can I recon in that I gave Levi like a heads up before I just fucking went for it?
Yeah. You can just,
Great.
in the brain space, I'm about to get fucked. Can a couple of guys just have a little bit... Can a couple of guys just have a little bit of a nice time indulging in the nectars of nuclear fallout together?
It's basically ambrosia.
Immensely.
Alright, so... As the nectar slides down you all, and your cheeks grow flush and the sensations start to pile in. As with many substances, everyone has their own different reactions to these things. As such, it hits you all differently. Perhaps physically, perhaps not. Alice, with an 82, you feel decidedly small. Yes, not in that manner where you can feel like the whole world is collapsing in on you and everything's bigger than you and it's scary. Not in that manner. No. You just feel kind of light. A cloud, like just what you once were, perhaps. Finally, seeing people eye to eye instead of looking down at them around you. It's almost nice not to feel like the odd one out, towering over everyone. Your size decreases by 1 size category. You are now medium, Alice. As for Callie. I love the subtle fuck of, oh god, we're getting fucking side effects from smoking the horrible sauce. Alright, yeah, you are. Strap the fuck in. So, next up, of course, we have Cece. Callista, as you're kind of getting into the feeling of this, I think the thing that washes over your body is this kind of slight tremoring noise that's in your ear. It buzzes a little bit like there's a hummingbird kind of just hovering around near both of your ears, and then your ears start twitching. And then your hands start twitching just a little bit, and you can't stop them from twitching. They're just kind of happening. You can't stop it. You just kind of have to make your body move, or else you're gonna be like those hummingbirds. You just can't stop moving. You are experiencing uncontrollable tremors or tics, which impose disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws that involve strength or dexterity.
Man, fuck my life.
That one is yours, Callie. Next up, we have, let me see in rolls. We'll get to Gideon. Let's go to next up. We have good old Yaksha.
Not concerning.
Don't worry about it. Holy shit. Yaksha, you are so fucking hungry. What the fuck you're hungry? Holy fuck, you could eat so much shit right now. Oh my god. You have not been this hungry in ages. It feels like you've starved yourself for days on end. You are just absolutely ravenous right now. Your overall metabolism rate increases. You require up to 20 hit points of food every hour.
Wow. Okay.
Or what? Does she die?
Or else. You'll see.
Or else.
Okay.
All right.
Cannibal mode.
Oh, you'll see. As for Aros.
Diagnose me, Doc.
Of course. You think that quite literally everyone can see through you right now. That you are just invisible. No one can see you. You don't even cast a shadow. You are invisible. You have disadvantage on all deception checks, and you cannot lie. And finally, we have Bennie. Bennie with a 12. Bennie, you're just feeling kind of light, kind of hazy. Yeah. You've definitely had this sensation before of kind of that slow, cloudy fogginess of being out on the ocean waves. You kind of feel like you're once again out there on the boats. You feel the sea mist going by. And as you breathe in, you're getting that kind of ozone, kind of tinged air that almost tastes like it's about to start storming. Your hairs kind of stand up on end, and there's a little bit of static crackling in your fingertips. You're not quite sure what that means. So, as all of you guys start settling in to your different experiences with this high, I think as everyone's starting to get used to these new sensations roiling over them, Gideon, you're starting to get into the vibe of things, you know, feeling like you're kind of just, you're calming down, you're chilling out, you're feeling it, you're just kind of letting it, okay, it's happening. But that's about when you feel a horrible shrinking sensation in your stomach. Come on now. I think you've imbibed enough, given your recent activity of wandering around like a drunkard. Wouldn't want to lose control, would you? As you suddenly feel like you're being gently choked by a leash, enough to give you discomfort, but not enough to make you lose all your breath. An image in your mind of one of those experiments they'd show in school appears. A professor would put a flame under a cup, and then it would snuff out due to the lack of oxygen, just like that. It feels like Hilo is holding a cup over you right now, whether he knows it or not. He's sitting, almost, in the place where the inebriation should be, blocking it out by instead taking its place. Besides, gotta make sure you're not getting distracted by other things, right? When there's so much progress you promise you're making for us right now. Feathers crawl from under your chin, up around your cheeks to the corner of your eyes. Your right arm for a second feels like it's burning, and your left shoulder feels something moving under it. Shh. I got you. I just prefer your mind stay unaddled by horrible things like this. Who knows what you'd do given your prior incidents? Being inebriated naturally lends to the slipping of the mind, a slight tug at the door. Like telepathy opening, it's just a gateway into Hilo's feathers getting all up close, and you feel him behind your eyes, watching through your senses, sitting where the nectar's typical calm inebriation should be. He's right there, taking full advantage of the fact that you just imbibed in a sort of substance that would make your mind less guarded as it typically would. You're being monitored to the point where you almost feel your thoughts folding into his for a second and realize that Hilo is suspicious of you. He's not pushing further, but he's right there. So instead of getting a side effect like the rest of the party seems to be getting as you kind of all see them shuffling out their wooziness, you feel unfortunately sober, despite having imbibed. Adalwulf looks at you all with an expression that flips between amusement and slight restrained concern, although you all swear you hear a small cackle under his lips as the feelings begin to wash away. But of course, you don't actually hear this. You only hear the narrator describing a cackle. The voice doesn't act it out. Basically, you are all high as fuck right now. Proceed.
You know, getting drunk is one of the few mortal pleasures I still can indulge in.
I'm gonna roll stealth.
But do we have any food?
You're a ranger, aren't you? You good there?
Red wine goes great with steak. How about umbra?
Best I can offer you is a good berry, but I think you also know how to do that.
That's a 25 for stealth.
25
Where the
for
fuck is the
stealth.
cat?
Yeah, Aros just fucking vanishes into thin air. However, Adalwulf immediately goes, the cat is in the corner, just standing there and with big bug eyes. Smiles.
I have a 25 perception.
I also have a 25. I don't know why I said that,
Yeah,
knowing
Aros
that I
is
could
just
see.
standing there, just eyes fully blown out and just...
Aros, are you hiding food from us?
Huh? What?
Whatever. Callie, I'll take more good berries. And I'll also cast good berry for myself.
Okay.
And just stuff it all in my mouth like this.
Alright.
well- Do try to keep yourselves a little bit more aware of the given moment, if you all could. There is still a job to do. Tell
Right.
me,
The job we have to do. Drank the umbra to do the job that we have to do.
That job.
Which I know, but I'd like you to say again. For everyone else.
I don't feel very good at this job. I'm really, there's something wrong with my hands.
why don't you take a look around, you all?
Okay.
Adalwulf just
Sure.
like barely restrained laughter at watching you all just fucking fumbling right now. And as you guys do indeed start to kind of drink in your surroundings, this goes for everyone. Gideon, despite your little helo effect, you're still included in this. It's as if the structures around you all resembled paintings before. Or if they resembled paintings, they now are paintings. Splashes of impressionist markings all over them. Straight up paint lines. You can make out kind of the construction of everything. You can see the sketch lines underneath everything. There are inexplicable cubes and shapes of what looks like putty, kind of stretching around and draped like models against the walls and floors. There's blood running down the banisters. Strangely, this hall seemed so much bigger before. Now it's just a quaint little room. Still, the statue sits in the middle. Lens's form is large and wrapped around it protectively, but the great stretch that looked like it'd be hours to traverse down in the distance now seems far too small, made all the more cramped by the sudden lack of exits and windows. There are no doors anymore. No windows, no ways out. Curtains almost scandalously drape over where those exits once were, a dulling of the senses. Now, the only thing that's left is paintings. Paintings. Or rather, a painting. You all only see one, eyes splitting off into different directions to see them all in the distance.
Did you make these?
Who are you talking to?
Well, I am a painter.
Clear.
I am a painter, but I don't recall making these. Did you?
No, I write music.
Can I approach the painting to
Adalwulf,
examine it?
Did you make these?
I did
know
not
what this
see
re-
any paintings. Big
This
smile.
Is this part of
Well,
the test?
somebody had to make these
that
paintings.
one island with the theater, the back rooms.
What?
That's what that reminds me of.
Pardon?
The what?
The theater?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
There were
I examine my
dolls,
painting?
there was like a little... Fuck, what was
pardon.
it?
Is that like
What-
another name for the forerealm?
What did you say, Ethan?
Can I examine my painting?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll investigation.
I'd also
Does anyone
like to
else?
examine my
Okay. Does anyone else want to
Yes.
examine the paintings?
Yes, most
Alright.
certainly.
Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah.
roll investigation.
Whoever sucks the most, I'll give you guidance.
Can
I
I
got an 11.
use my painter's tools?
Alice,
Thanks.
get guidance.
Yeah,
better
get
job.
advantage,
Thank
Yaksha.
you.
Inexplicably, by the way, as you guys are looking at these paintings, you actually notice you're looking off at different parts of the walls. Yaksha and Aros, you're both looking at the same one, as is Alice and Bennie. You're both looking at the same one, and Callie and Gideon, you're both looking at the same one, but it's 3 different walls that you guys are split between. Alright. 24 and a 30 for Alice and Callista. 12 and 21. And Emmet, did you roll for investigation?
Yep, I'm just typing it in chat. It is an 18.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it with the same like critical eye you do to like in critique when they just you're very great. I'm not actually fucked up.
I
Tell me about the
understand.
composition.
Yeah,
We're
you're
talking
talking
about
about
it.
yeah.
Alice rolled solo, so I'm gonna say that she's just struggling to adapt to being slightly smaller and is kind of slightly grabby handing at the painting, just like, why is it not at the right height?
All right. First of all, we are going to start up with Yaksha and Aros. So, as you guys look at your paintings, or your painting, you guys see an intricate frame made of charred wood, still kind of crackling with embers in its seams, burnt canvas edges that make horrible little puncture wounds in the midst of the stretched canvas, warping much of the oil paints that lay atop its flesh. A stark black background with warm oranges and reds crawling at the bottom of the page kind of rises up like a phoenix from the ash. Sticks lean against each other to make a great bonfire basin. A crude contraption of public execution sits above it. A great stake, made not of wood, but of a curving hooked edge and handle of a blade. A mass of an angry crowd surrounds the burning figure, though the form itself is mostly obscured by the burnt parts of the canvas. You can, however, make out a curled smile. Is it acceptance? Forgiveness? Pleasure? You can't tell. The last thing that sticks out in the painting is the small flower in the middle of the bonfire, lighting it all up. Sublime kindling. For Alice and Bennie, you guys see an unframed piece that dares to stare you down in its raw, bloodied canvas edge. They've been rubbed raw from age. A battlefield, old, with fire long since receded, but still ripe with the blooms of weaponry and swords. Torn down buildings scatter the distance, and the sky is smoky with black clouds and blue, just as much souls as they are vapors of water. In the middle of this piece is a stuffed animal, holding the body of its owner, holding the body by the arm, as a way a kid would lifelessly dangle a plush by their side as they waddle throughout a home. The body is pierced through, with a great jagged blade, a purple mist trailing up from its body into the purple glowing eyes of the stuffed bear. For Gideon and Callie, experimental may be the word best used for this piece. One that someone in a museum may thrust a finger at and proclaim, the artist must have indulged in, and then they would pluck through their mind and spit out whatever they think the most deplorable potion or drug there is may be. It's a low, kind of sleepy painting, an intoxicating swirl with a bunch of faces with a kind of cracked out, cackling smile. You can't tell if they're awake or sleeping, or if this is just so much euphoria, they can't even begin to move properly. The scene appears to be a church by the broken stained glass, though it's mixed in with so many hospital iconographies that you aren't fully sure. Etched into the painting is a silhouette made up by every laying blissful shape, a form of distorted proportion leaning forward and embracing themselves, with blown-out eyes full of despair cascading down around them. Those are your guys' paintings that you see before you.
This is Ned. Did Titos just say Ned?
Bennie, I don't
Me?
like this one.
That's a hell of a picture.
I
don't
guess
see it.
don't
I'm
even know what we're supposed to do here now, do you, Adalwulf?
Well, I must once again remind you, I made this before I was, well, wholly of one mind again. Things are going to be a little abstract, so it seems, but you're seeing things? What say you? What do you see?
Can I touch the painting?
I'm not
Aros
much of an
touches
art
the
critic.
painting and you guys all see Aros disappear. And Adalwulf goes, well, it
Hold
seems
up.
you found your answer.
Oh,
Aros.
I'll touch the painting too.
now.
We're
Gideon
supposed to
disappears.
do that.
I'll touch it. Yeah.
Yep, Yaksha disappears.
Well,
Fine.
Okay.
we all seem to be touching it, Gideon.
Gideon's
already
gone. Yeah, Gideon's
Okay.
gone.
All right.
Touching the painting.
You just say that to the air and then immediately touch the painting, Gideon. And eventually, all of you guys reach forward and touch onto the canvases. A sobering sensation washes over you all as you're back in your right minds. Still under the influence of this distortion, but at least a little bit more mentally stable as the shock movement rushes over you all. Yaksha and Aros. Since Aros was the first to touch a painting, we'll start with you. As you both put your hands up and taken in a rush of flame. Hear a voice, two of you. Why, you both have too many names to count, don't you? Can't settle on one that's good enough. Protocol number IX Rose Aros Schrodinger. 10th reincarnation of Yeshua, the artist Yaksha Enemoto-Jiikai. I'd say it's a pleasure, but I get little out of self-pitying sort like yourself.
Do you have a son?
I have many.
It's horrible and hot against your already flushed cheeks. The room morose and gloomy with a repugnant yellow flame. The scene from the painting made flesh, flames burning the lower extremities of this man in a woeful embrace, and it looks like there's these spiraling heads, 4 of them, cascading in the flame around him, cackling and laughing, with different expressions painted on their faces. His head is slightly cocked ajar to the side, looking eerily like a robotic thing with how its cheeks move like fishing wire were pulling them. A crowd surrounds the scene, clad in darkened cloaks with eerie eyes glowing like needle pinpricks. Their attention is turned to the man in the stake. A bard, bad with his words, a savior shunned by his people. Oh, you are nothing. Meager growths, hardly worth the stake. Oh well, at least your death will be slow. Isn't that right? Leviticus, if you would, grow your little flowers through his palms, please. A low hand delicately points towards Yaksha.
So, what's the DC?
I'm not giving you a DC for this. You're gonna do it.
Okay, great.
You are under the influence and fucked up right now. This is gonna get into your head. Yaksha, you see Aros turn towards you. The low look in his eyes.
Aros? Aros, you still there?
Oh no. Not Aros. Why? What a shame. The cat is gone. You can try to resist if you would like, Yaksha and Enemoto-Jiikai. But I would recommend that you just let this happen. For things to go as smoothly as they can.
Who are you to say this?
Oh. I'm sure you'll try to figure that out. For now, let's just say I am someone much better than you.
So I can't do it.
Are you
hold
gonna...
on.
Basically, my question is, Yaksha, are you trying to resist as Aros is walking towards you?
I think I'll just like step backwards a bit, yeah. Aros? Aros, what's going on? Still with me, buddy?
Your current goal, Aros, is to restrain Yaksha in any way necessary. What do you do?
Man, you know, you talk a lot. And let me open up Levi's character sheet. Let's just start with a classic, I mean, can't go wrong with the hold person, see how that goes down. Wisdom save, I believe that is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Roll a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. Oh, that is not very high. And that is a 15.
Okay,
15.
let me find where I put that.
Surely not, right?
I'm pretty sure that fails.
It
Was that one
does
of your cleric
fail.
spells, or-
I just have a really weird setup. But yeah, that
Okay.
does fail.
Okay.
Right. So, remind me again, because I got a little bit distracted there. What exactly did you do? What did
Old
you
person.
cast? Old person, yep. So, Yaksha, you take a single step back, but before you can really do anything, Aros's kind of head cocks to the side just slightly, and with a perfect precision movement, a hand is brought forward and grips down, and you feel your entire body just paralyze and go static.
Stop messing with me right now.
Great.
Gross.
So, roots first, flower first. How do you want this through?
Go right ahead and stake those roots like stigmata through the hands. Whatever
Alright.
feels right.
Artistic liberties, big fan.
And walking forward to you, Yaksha, Aros grabs onto both of your hands very delicately. I'm assuming almost like getting ready to position you as if you were going to have a dance. You feel something enter your palm. It is a mercy that the umbra is granting you some level of pain suppression right now. Like a morphine. Because this should fucking hurt. It has to hurt. This is awful. Awful, 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 as you see the tips of Aros's fingertips grow with the vines that you've seen roiling inside his form and curl into your palms and start kind of threading into your veins as well. You feel this horrible transfer of blood that's not your own. It hurts. Oh, you couldn't outrun this fate when you were a colossi. Did you for a second think that you could do it now? When you are so much more feeble than you once were? You ought to know you won't be able to break out without hurting. I wouldn't struggle. It's easier this way. As you feel...
It's your ankle.
Oh. Get there. I just hope we can speak eye to eye first. The horrible pain through your palms begins to feel worse and worse as it starts to bleed through your veins, a sensation not meant for this body or any to withstand. The plants that fold between your organs, stringing you like a puppet, as you and Leviticus are brought into an almost dance-like pose, hand in hand. And from the soles of your feet, a platform is grown underneath you both. An aching, awful miasma. Leviticus, you may drop your control. Hello. Now then, that we're eye to eye, let's speak, shall we? Ego to ego. I bet you have a lot on your mind. Let's see if I can figure it out. Can't I? Ethan and Aros and Ro, I need you to both deafen for a second. Hello, fellow players.
Hi.
Since I have split the party, and it's typically in these sessions, you guys will be, of course, normally cast to the side, twiddling your thumbs, doing nothing. I've decided to circumvent this by recruiting you all to be my evil agents of chaos. So, you will all be playing the heads of ego. and get to choose one of the following aspects. And they will all come with a certain question and such. This is basically a fucked up game of Guess Who, or Pictionary, where not Pictionary rather, or like one of those things where you like have the guessing thing on someone's head or something like that. So the options you guys can choose from are fear, desire, shame, or truth. Who wants to pick first? Who wants fear? Yeah, Tony, what do you want?
So what were they again? Fear, desire, blank, and truth?
Shame or truth?
Okay, I picked desire.
Desire. Since we are all aspects of this one corpse, this one mind, this one ego, of this man burnt at a stake for clearly an imperceptible crime, I want you to choose in one word what this corpse wanted above all else. What did it want? I'll let you think on it. We can get back to you. Who wants to choose the next head?
I could go ahead.
All right, Emmet, would you like fear, shame, or truth?
I would like fear.
Fear. Choose a phobia for this corpse to have. And I'll let you think on that. It can be a one-word phobia, or just something that it's afraid of. Ines and Cece, who would like to choose next?
I can go.
What do you want?
Can I have truth?
You can have truth. Choose the crime this corpse committed to be given such a fate.
Slay.
In one word, of course. And Ines, you are the head of shame. You get to choose what this corpse despises most about itself.
Oh, lovely.
So, what does this corpse desire above all else, Tony?
What does it desire above all else? It desires, above everything else, it desires to play music.
Play music. Perfect. All right. What does this corpse fear, Emmet?
It fears the dark.
The dark. Wonderful. What does it despise most about itself, Ines?
Wait, is there more context about this corpse other than it was burned
you just
at a
make
stake
it up.
and we don't...
You make it up.
Okay.
You guys are part of this
so
brain.
What it hates most about itself, right?
Yeah.
Is that what the...
One word. One word. What it hates most about itself.
I'm sorry.
You're good. We can go to you last. What is the crime this corpse committed, Cece?
How about manslaughter? Accidental death.
Ooh, accidental death. And did you think of anything, Ines?
I gave you like 3 seconds additional to think about it. I'm sorry.
Wait, so what were everyone's answers again? I'm thinking if there's something I can build off of.
No,
You don't need to.
This is,
I know,
yeah,
but
this
it might
is
be easier.
Mad Libs. This is Mad Libs. You gotta just come up with something.
I'm gonna say it's frailty.
It's frailty. All right. Okay, heads of ego. You all have your own jobs. You are to protect this information. You cannot tell lies, however. They will be asking you questions to try and figure out what you all have. The greatest phobia, the desire, the greatest despisal, the crime. Basically, it's their goal to figure out what exactly you are hiding. You can only tell truths, but you can't say the exact word of what you are and what your like particular thing is. Your job
Can we comment on the other heads if they ask us?
Yes, we can. Your job is also to find, for head of fear, your job is to find their greatest fear, Aros and Yaksha's greatest fear. Additionally, if you ever want to throw in comments, you want to make them squirm. That's what you want. You're here to make them comfortable. Head of desire, you want to know their greatest desire. Additionally, you want to make them fawn. You want to make them docile. Head of shame, you want to find what they hate the most about themselves. Additionally, you want to make them give up. And head of truth, you want to see the greatest secret they're hiding. Additionally, you want to make them pissed. All right, heads of ego, this is your job.
Kiki!
Thumbs up. Fuck! Now? Fuck off!
Head of Kiki!
All right.
Dream layout destroyed.
Let them return.
I mean, undeafened?
Yes, undeafen.
Oh
So,
boy.
Kiki,
Fucking
you showed up.
wow.
You showed up too late, so you're not involved with this game. I'm sorry.
Oh, goodbye. I'll see you later.
No.
Fuck.
No. Stay around. It's
Yay.
just for this particular
Yeah.
scene. So,
Yeah. No, don't worry about it.
Aros and Yaksha, you have been hung by the flowers going through your body. And it is now that you are faced with 4 cackling, writhing heads of fire that kind of rise up around this hanged man. This is a game of question. We will ask you questions, and you will ask us questions. Whoever finds out all 4 categories about the other first wins. If me and my heads rather, find out what you have to hide, then you join our kindling. If you find what I have to hide, well, it's not going to come to that, is it? So, shall we begin this game of questions?
And I glance at Aros for a second.
Yeah.
How are we
How's he doing?
situated?
You two are still, like, in a dance pose with each other, like, stabbed through each other with the flowers.
We have a choice?
Sorry.
You're gonna explain this to me later, right?
Yeah. You could set us on fire.
Alright. Let's dance.
And there is a low cackle. We'll start on our side. Head of fear. Ask them a question. Emmet, you can ask them a yes or no question, trying to find out their fear.
Am I still under the I cannot lie thing?
Yep.
Ooh. Am I?
No.
And it's a yes or no question?
It can, yep, yes or no question.
Perf. Are you having fun?
Who are you asking?
Both of you.
No.
Not really, no. Can I cast Dimension Door?
No.
Okay.
You're not having fun. I wonder what aspect is not fun for you. I wonder how deep that goes. Head of Desire, do you have a question for them?
Have you lost anything important to you recently?
And Lancelot, right?
You can try.
I'm gonna try to say no.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. You are going to take... As you try to get this lie to slip out from your mouth, Yaksha, it's like a divine awareness shoots through your body.
1d100 damage.
Nope, you are taking 13 points of fire damage.
Okay. I don't suppose I can reduce this anyway.
No.
Okay.
So what's your truthful answer?
Yes.
And you, kitty cat?
Maybe?
Yes or no? Does Aros think these lost someone, like, important recently?
I'm going to be autistic on main. What constitutes as recently? And what constitutes as something?
It's vibes. It's all vibes, at this
Vibes.
point.
It's all vibes.
What feels right? You can't. Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
honing in here.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, I think that's true. No. Very insightful. A loss happened recently. Head of shame. Do you have any questions?
How do you look at yourself in the mirror with the blood on your hands? Oh wait, this is a yes or no. I'm so sorry. I
You're
forgot.
good. You're good. Yes.
Yes.
No.
Do you?
Fine.
Do you see blood on your hands when you look in the mirror?
You see?
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. That's a good. Do you see blood on your hands when you look in the mirror?
Yaksha.
Yeah.
Eros.
Not on my hands, no.
Is this a lie or a truth? Oh wait, you can't tell lies. Insightful, actually. And that will bring us to the head of truth. What's your question for them?
Have you ever killed someone you loved?
Yes, I have.
Yeah?
Aww.
Choose a head to interrogate. You two. Desire, fear, shame, or truth.
Do we have to go through all of them?
Yes, eventually.
Does it matter then? Have your pick.
Head of desire. You will be interrogated first.
Okay.
Now then, you both get 2 questions you can ask this one. And remember, you're trying to find kind of you're trying to find the greatest desire of this body from this head.
Yes or no question? We're asking yes or no questions.
Do you care much for material gain?
No. No.
Is the purpose of this just a test?
This situation?
Yeah.
The answer is yes for this one.
Yes, though that's a bit of a waste of a question.
What are we trying to figure out again?
Greatest desire of this
Head of
corpse.
desire. I assume it's the greatest desire.
Oh, the greatest desire of the head of desire?
Yeah.
Of this body. The head of desire.
Oh.
You're interrogating the head of desire to find the desire of this body.
This
The body
body
of-
being...
The person that
corpse.
was talking to us.
Yep.
Oh, okay, can I redo my question?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll give you another.
Thank
You
you.
got a little lost.
Yay!
Wait for that.
Is it a person?
Nope.
Both get one more.
It's not a person. So. Is it something I can give you?
No.
Is it something you can't get back?
I'm gonna throw this one to Dean just because, the...
Given the state of the body, no.
Yeah, no. No.
And then we guess?
Yes. You both get a guess as to what the desire could be.
Sure.
What did you say, Ethan?
No, I just talking to Aros over here. Guess we don't have much to work with.
Yeah, I'm thinking, probably something nostalgic in nature?
Not something we can give them.
Maybe, like, who they used to be, who they are, maybe a home.
Throw something out. One word.
Memories.
You both take
No.
10 points of psychic damage
Awesome.
Oh,
as you have made your
that
first
wasn't-
incorrect guess.
Ugh.
And we
Now,
have to guess.
oh, you have to. So choose your questions wisely. Now then, Head of Desire, they have interrogated you.
I didn't guess yet.
Oh, you both get one guess as a group.
Oh,
Oh shit.
You're a group
Shit.
in this
Yeah.
shit. Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Actually, you know what? You know what? Heads, Council of Heads, is there any that you want to guess for them right now?
No, not yet. With only one question.
They have to guess. We don't have to. Is the funny part of this game. It's a power imbalance, motherfuckers.
All right. Awesome.
All right then. You may ask them all another series. My fuckers, my people. Ask them questions.
As if you haven't done this before, you forgot it all.
I suppose it's been quite a while. Gets a little mundane, but well, I always enjoy it. Anywho, out of fear, ask a question.
Sorry, I just had it. Hold on. Oh no, my fucking
What are you afraid of?
If you all kept notes like I did, this wouldn't be happening.
Oh. Do you ever talk to yourself?
yes.
Yes.
Interesting. Head of Desire.
Mm. Mm. Are you in love with anyone?
Come now. It's just a little question.
Chief, I don't know how to answer this.
Hey, it's a yes or no question. And like we've said, it's
I'm
based on
aromantic and
vibes.
autistic. I don't know what you want from me.
Vibes.
Yeah.
Juicy. And you?
No.
How sad. How sad. Head of shame.
Do you feel heavy with your worthlessness when your loved one slumped dead in front of your eyes?
Yeah.
Yaksha. Interesting. Okay. And Head of Truth.
When you killed the person you loved, was it your choice?
Hey, just to be clear, genie rules, right?
What do you mean by
Like
that?
I can interpret the question however I want.
Vibes.
Sure.
Like, yeah, sure. It's, yeah, sure.
genie
It's a
rules,
yes or
right?
no,
Yeah,
so
genie
sure.
rules. It's yes or no. As long as it's not some
Yeah,
insane
yes or
way
no.
that's like,
Or like willful misinterpretation?
yeah.
Because this is like, soul reading you.
Okay,
This
yeah.
is literally soul reading.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Lots of information gathered. But let me guess, none of us are ready to make any calls yet?
Could I take a guess?
You could. Who would you like to guess about?
I'll guess about the Colossi. Is your I'm going to guess that their greatest desire is the person they killed. That dear one.
You think too highly of me. You're wrong.
Well, you did good. It was a reasonable guess. Seems that we're dealing with more of a monster than previously anticipated, though. Kind of like a hand reaches out and pats on the little skull, flaming one of desire, burning in its passion. Well then, suppose it's your turn to interrogate one of us. You can go back and desire, or broaden your horizons.
Eros. See if we can isolate one that would weaken them, right? You have the most information on the desire so far. At least that's how I view it.
I'll follow your lead for now.
Looks like you're back in the hot seat. 4 questions.
Do you have a head you dislike least? You dislike the most out of the 4 of you?
Yes or no?
That is a yes or no question. Do you have
Do
a head
you have one
dislike
that you
the
hate?
most?
Okay, I thought, okay, do I have a head?
Do you have
I
a head
hate?
you dislike more than the others?
Yes.
Wow.
Are you playing this game with us by choice?
No. Or yes? I don't know, actually,
no.
Dean.
No.
No. Yeah, that's what I thought. No.
Given the choice, then, do you still play?
Yes.
Ooh, I like that one. I like that one, knowing. One more.
Ugh.
Any ideas you want to bounce off of me?
None coherent.
I'm on the edge of my vertebrae.
Aren't we all?
We're trying to guess the body's desires?
We're all one. Yes.
And what makes you different from them?
Yes or no?
I'm out of questions.
I
I'm
see
just
what
saying
you're
things.
trying to do. It says, and then it shuts you down immediately.
Is it working? Fuck, wait!
Is it...
No.
You
It's
guys
not
are
working.
so bad at this. You're gonna get fucking smoked by these heads. God damn.
We're already flaming.
Oh my. Looks like they're starting to burn up a little under the pressure. Let's lay it on a little thick, shall we? Let's go again. Who has the first question of my group? Go ahead. I won't give you in any particular order. Just go as you see fit.
I'll go.
Oh, yes, Desire. You're always quick to jump to things.
Would you
Not gonna
consider
guess.
your desire... Did you consider your desire to be noble?
No.
Yes.
Very differing minds here. However will we narrow it down? Next question. Fear, you had one?
Do you believe in an afterlife?
Yes.
That was a yes? What about
Wait,
you
sorry, can I
two?
change it?
Yeah, you can change your answer.
To the head of desire. No.
Oh, okay. So you don't think
I
your
don't think-
desire is noble?
I don't think they would, no.
Hey, it's not noble. Well then, other two.
If I may.
Of course.
Colossi, do you wish it was?
Yes.
Now we're playing risky games only targeting one person, but I like the methodology. Now then, what do you wish to do, Shame?
I wish to know, are either of you ashamed with how weak you are or have become, knowing what has and will happen because of it?
Yes.
You're
Do we-
stubborn.
Do we have any guesses?
Let me. I think the cat's greatest desire is a. Forbidden love?
No.
I could have sworn it was that.
That's not one word, is it?
Well, it's a concept. It works out. It's like, basically, you know...
Perhaps
Shortest
that
amount of
forbidden
words
love-
possible.
Yeah, shortest amount of
Perhaps
words
that
possible.
forbidden love is that cat's shame.
Is that what
Perhaps
you would
those
like?
5 heads, you're not using any of them.
Is that what you would like to guess for
You're not
shame?
much better. Mm. I'd like to think on it.
Okay.
There's no penalties for us guessing. That's
There's
all I'm
no
saying.
penalties.
true.
Yeah, you guys can just
That's
guess.
true.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just guess.
This is
Let's put
fucked
that.
up,
Let's.
by the way.
Oh, I didn't know that. I got some guesses.
It's almost like 5 heads are better than one.
Huh.
real.
We got 2. Technically, we got 3.
And Kiki, smile.
And counting.
Hi, Kiki.
I will
Alright.
make that guess, actually. Is
Yeah,
that-
so
is that-
your head of shame has guessed that Aros, your biggest shame, is a forbidden love.
No.
Ooh.
And yet they seem like such a love fool, don't they?
Was I supposed to get an answer for one of each questions? I got a one-word answer for all of them.
Yeah, no, one word works. If
Okay,
it fit,
great.
By the way, it doesn't have to fit the exact word if it's close enough. Like if you think it
Yeah, if
overlaps
it's
enough,
close
let's
enough,
use
right.
yeah.
Great. I may be
Might be a little
stupid. I'm
dicks
sorry.
about
I'm
this.
firing on like a half a
Autism.
cylinder.
No, we're all good.
Yeah, maybe you should have had them DM you their answers earlier, Dean.
Give them to me now.
I did. I DM'd it to you, and then I went, wait, maybe I shouldn't.
No, do it. I need to see them. I thought you guys did, is the thing. Okay. No. One for each category.
Yeah.
You guys thought that one word for the entire thing? We're
That was
so
wrong.
I need you
bad
guys
at
to know.
this.
I need you guys
bro.
to know.
Yeah.
I had wrote I'm not like in the game at all, so I was like, here, just send me your answers. I kind of want to know. And I read it and I was like, it's all of them? That's your answer for all of them?
I have
Oh my
fucked this up
God.
so
Gideon
severely, guys.
It's okay.
so good at this.
Quick, Ro, come up with new ideas now.
I have to go in like 15 minutes.
Fuck! Guys, this
so
is
over.
my high concept experiment that I thought was gonna be so cool. It's all fucked. All right.
Can we just
Oh,
kill
it's
them?
so cool. You just kill them.
We could. We could.
Head of truth, hot seat.
All right.
How about this? Sudden death.
Oh God.
Whoever gets the first right answer wins.
We do it just like by turns.
We're still going by
We're
it, but
still
whoever
going by
wins,
the turns.
whoever,
Yeah.
Okay.
everything's normal. Except whoever gets
Wait,
the
you have-
first one right wins.
Yeah.
You have multiple
Any of them
categories.
at all.
Yeah, so pick one and
Should we
win
go
at
back
that.
should we go back to desire? We know the most
Yeah,
about
we
that.
have the most information on that.
I
Okay,
thought I
let's-
was in the hot seat.
We'll do that.
Looks like it's back to desire.
Aw.
Is or was it tangible?
Ooh. That's a hard one because yes and no, right?
Yes or no?
Yes. I
I'm
think it's
saying this
yes.
is yes. Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's
yeah,
like
you know,
solid
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Did you have it before?
Yes.
Is it a form of experience?
Yes.
In hers?
An emotion?
I mean, that's that.
No.
I'm talking to Aros. Like the Aros.
Well, Arrow said, "Is it an emotion?"
I had
So
my
don't
two
know.
questions.
Oh, those were your two
Okay.
questions. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, free answer, I guess.
Something tangible, something experienced.
Now, this is a rather good line of questioning, perhaps the best they've had yet for you.
Let's see.
What is yes
Are you
and
alive?
no?
No.
What is yes and no to tangibility?
It was just yes, right?
Yeah, it was just yes.
I was asking Dean out of character. I was trying to solidify the thought.
We didn't hear that.
Free will? I
And no
don't-
to are you alive?
I don't know if that really...
Seems like a waste of a question.
Desire. Come on, I'm really rooting for you guys.
I'm sure you've got something in your head there, Daddy-O.
My goodness, which one do you mean? It's Daddy-O.
I think they're both somewhere up there. On the Daddy-O scale.
Can we go back to saying yes and no?
Yes.
Yaksha, you got anything?
King. You don't have anything?
I had my two questions.
No, we both had our two questions, didn't we?
Oh, what? I thought you had one more.
No. He wasted on asking if I was alive or not.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Oh, wait, what was it?
Doesn't matter.
I
What
don't
was the
think he
other
got
one?
a second. I don't think you actually got a second one.
Oh yeah, I guess not.
Sure
Yeah.
about that? I'm
What-
pretty sure I did.
Ask
If you
another
did, I
one.
don't know. Just ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
We can do this as a collective, as a unit, as you two, with your brains together.
Wait,
I'm
what?
doing well.
Just keep going, man.
Okay. Let's see. It's not an emotion. Experience.
Could be a memory, could be, no, that's not tangible.
Tangible.
Could be an experience. Well, yeah, it's something experienced.
Experience, yes. Something they had before.
Does it involve other... You could ask if it involves other people?
Does it involve other people?
Yes.
Do you have a guess?
me Google what tangible means.
Tangible is in something like that is there, like something you can experience with your senses.
Physical world.
Yeah. Real thing that your senses can perceive. Like a touch, like a taste, like a sensation, like a sound, you know?
Yeah.
So many non-tangible things can be tangible, though.
Senses.
Eros, I have half a mind to say friends.
Senses, sensation.
Ugh.
Yes.
Like you know, fucking sight, sound, taste, touch,
Is it?
all that jazz. Like just all of that shit, man. Come on.
I don't think the problem isn't that they're unfamiliar with the senses, it's just that they're morons.
Thank you, Head of Truth.
You're welcome. Somebody appreciates me.
Is it laughter? Fuck me. Yeah. How much fire damage am I taking?
5, because that seems close. It's close. It's closer. You take 5 points of fire damage each.
Eros, I have half a mind to say friends.
But now comes us. We are a little bit more split on things, aren't we? So let's hope our questions can drill up some answers. You all know the drill. Go ahead. Heads. I'm hearing a lot of hmming and not a lot of questioning.
Do you really think that they care about you?
Question? Answer is yes.
Do you feel alone?
Yes.
Does your desire involve inflicting pain?
Pardon?
No.
Does your desire involve inflicting pain?
No.
I'm gonna say yes.
Much more devious than true love, as we were getting at before with the cat. Have we one more questioner? Fear?
I do.
Oh, yes, you.
Would you say there is some aspect of you that if it were to be revealed, everyone would abandon you?
Yes.
Oh, poor thing. And you? Colossi.
Yes.
Ooh.
I have to go. I'm gonna let Kiki take over.
Kiki, you are Aros now.
Congratulations! You
Yeah.
did the answers.
Oh, wait, sorry. I said yes to the. My answer to that question was no. I was saying yes to just. I thought Cece was saying something to me.
Oh, I
Okay,
see.
so you have nothing inside.
The answer was
okay,
no.
motivate.
The answer was no.
I see. Okay,
Okay.
interesting.
Gotcha.
All right. My mic must have just not picked up.
Oh,
Okay, let
okay.
me take my guess then.
Yeah, guess time.
You
Interesting.
desire to exterminate.
For Yaksha?
Yeah.
No.
Anyone else have a guess? May as well, given how dire
I'll
the stakes are.
I'll take a wild one. Colossi. Liar.
It's your question.
Are
Is
you?
your greatest secret that you are lying?
No.
Ooh, all right.
I'll take a guess.
Hmm.
Aros, is your biggest fear being abandoned?
I think that's close enough.
Oh, let's fucking go.
I would argue that that's close enough.
Oh, thank goodness one of us is worth
Answer your
something.
DM.
Spearhead. Spearhead for
I
the
know
win.
it, Kiki. It is close enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Did that strike a nerve? Oh, what a shame. And you were doing so well, getting so close. What say you, heads? Say we give them one more lifeline, one more desperate attempt to solve one of us? Or say we end it here?
Why would they deserve it? You said it was sudden death.
I'm a big fan of Double or Nothing.
You always are.
Always adds another fun beat to the rhythm of life, so let's do it.
What of the other two? Do you think we should give them
No,
another
it's a good
chance?
fault.
Shame and fear?
Not my head on the line if they decide to go for it.
Hmm.
We all
Well-
know they'll be targeting a certain someone.
Right. Well then, I'm assuming you're putting the little one on the hot seat again? Double or nothing. One last chance.
My head of desire.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tangible experience that's contingent. Are you lonely?
No.
Oh, the silence is deafening.
Try.
If only things could liven up a little more, right?
If only.
You thrust upon them a double or nothing.
But now they're squirming in silence.
You practically see the thoughts squirming behind their eyes.
I had my doubts, but this is more satisfying, I suppose.
It's sad. So sad.
Like watching a slow train crash.
Or hearing a somber tune. What was it you called them, Truth?
Oh, which one? Morons?
Something like that.
Well, you know what I speak.
Throw it out there. One question. Come on now. Work it out.
3 more.
Do you like music?
Yes.
Jeez.
Questions?
Yeah. I'll have to.
What did you say, Ethan? You cut out.
And to Aros, I have 2 more questions.
Yes, you do.
We have 2 more questions.
Yeah, you have 1 and I have 1.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
each have 1 each.
Down to the wire. So you've learned you like music. If you want, you can always skip the questions. Try to guess.
It's an experience. Did you have to pay to go?
No.
You could always try your hand at interrogating a different head.
Oh, they're far
Dismissing
too close
arrest.
to the end now.
Oh.
I know
So
you
it
wanted your
always gets
time
all-
in the sun.
Is it something that can be heard?
Yes.
These are questions.
There you go. You're at the end of the rope now. You get a guess. One guess. Double or nothing. Has all your picking on desire led to any fruit? Let's see.
Come on. You can get it.
So close.
Early you can get it.
Why are you encouraging them? It's been forever since we've won.
Oh, we win every time. It's right in.
So at what time do we kill them? Could we set a cutoff?
We could give them a minute. We could. All right.
Killing them?
Come on, take a guess.
Oh.
You have everything laid out right in front of you. And
Okay, well, really
remember,
quick,
it doesn't have to
out
be
of
one more,
character-
just as short as possible.
Out of character. When you say it's something that we can't provide, I'm taking it in the literal never can provide this action. Not because we are currently tied up. It is just not something we can ever provide.
That's the
Well, we
thing.
can't let
Yeah.
you know what
Well,
yes or no to
It's
I
that.
all
know
up
that.
to
I know
vibes.
that. I'm just like,
Any rules.
I'm telling you that I'm trying my best.
And you are so close. You are so close. Take a swing. Trust me.
Alright, fuck, man.
No, if I take a swing, I'm gonna fucking die.
Take a swing.
It's so close. Do it.
Take a swing.
Just do- Music?
I'd say that's close enough.
Ah.
Oh.
It was playing a music.
Oh, well,
Okay.
it's close. It's close. It's close enough by the
Close.
rules we've established. By the rules we've established.
Alright.
Well, that
I'd really like to win
was.
double or nothing.
Oh.
You
I know.
really got hung up on the fact that you had a bard with you. But I prefer the tap of my own drums to others' instruments.
You can't read my mind. Are you telepathic?
Can I?
Oh, we most certainly can.
Oh God.
Oh,
Yaksha.
what predicament?
That was terrible. We should kill them anyway.
No.
Aww.
They won. I'd say fair and square, but it took, so much pushing.
Can they take desire with them?
No.
Ugh.
But what they can take, I suppose, as a trinket of victory. And the body reaches towards the sword that has been impaling it this whole time. I suppose they can take this whole thing. That won't hurt. And the rest of us will dance in the light, away from darkness, away from our great mistakes. Who knows? Maybe they'll find out a little bit more about theirs in the future. Their shames, their fears, their desires, their ego. Pitiful things.
I do wanna.
Yes, of
I
course.
do really want to know though. What was your desire? Come on, it's not even worth anything anymore. I'm just curious now. I basically gave you a freebie. You owe me.
What?
No.
You're lost.
Still doing these questions.
You didn't give me a freebie. That one gave me.
Well then, perhaps they'll find out each other's desires in the future. Maybe it's not us to pry. Well, it is, but all's well it ends well, I suppose. Let's get this over with. There's a slow noise, as I am going to spare you all the description. A horrid snapping as a sword is taken, like severing this body in two, kind of putting it on a whole podium pedestal. And the sword is ripped from the mouth out. It encompasses the entire span of the body. Takes multiple hands to keep squelching and dragging until eventually well, there you are. You're both disasters. Perhaps this will end you.
Takes one to know one.
And hands out the sword for you both. You are both
You
in a quick snap dropped to the ground as the flowers all retract into Aros, and you are still under the watchful gaze of this horrible thing, the fire. It's staring down at you, I think still with a level of trepidation, with a hatred, and almost simmering behind it. As its lip kind of curls up, you can kind of tell in its face that it thinks it's still better than you. That this was some kind of embarrassment. This is a pity reward. Doesn't feel good. But it's handed out to you, all the same. I truly hope you can do better.
okay.
Now leave us.
Yeah, how do we leave? I'm
It
having a laugh.
thrusts the sword at you.
Okay, I'll take the sword. Having a lapse in memory, I don't know how to leave.
And with that, this painting has concluded. And we are gonna go on a quick break. We'll be back. And we're back. Where we just left off, we saw what happened in the painting with Aros and Yaksha. So now, I think it's time we go look at the other paintings. In this case, let's travel into the landscape of a battlefield, off in the far distance, as Alice and Bennie traverse into their painting. A rushing wind through the air is painted out in small streaks of teal paint strokes that drift before you both, carrying on the wind silhouettes of old, dredged-up thoughts now past. Mouths try to choke out their final thoughts, but instead they're sent to make up the marks in the sky. In the middle of it all, like ripped from the painting, a small teddy bear on its lonesome, sitting patiently, its plush hand faffing around in the dirt, and eyes glowing a gentle hum. Bennie and Alice, you are in the midst of this battlefield, with a low, droning wind in the air. It sounds like a gentle, fluttering music. What do you do?
Quick question. We're still, like, inebriated from that 1d100 roll, right?
You still have the 1d100, but you also have, like, you've kind of regained your bearings. You're no longer, like, high brain, but you're still under the effects of the inebriation.
Okay. So, we're inside the painting?
I think so. This is... I don't like this. Not one bit.
You're being around your height now?
Oh, yeah. Did you get taller or did I get shorter?
I think it was me who got shorter because if... maybe let's ask the bear. Oh.
A small
hey,
teddy bear waddles up towards you both.
Hi?
Are you monsters?
It might look like one, but I'm not.
I don't think I am anymore.
Where is your dad? He's supposed to come pick you up, wasn't he?
Looking at you, Alice.
I don't think he's here anymore.
And where are you? Across the world? Treating his wounds? Asking where they're from?
Looks at Bennie.
You're real insightful, aren't you?
No, I just need some help.
What do you need help with?
I'm too small to dig my own grave. I need
Bennie's
help.
looking at Alice.
Why do you need to dig your own grave?
Because I died, silly.
Are you dead?
Yeah. There was fire. And, he left us all. And I was screaming in the rubble. But no one heard me. So now I am dead, and I'm too small to do it.
And you... What's your name?
Oh, you think I have one? I'm not even going to be in the casualty report. I was too young to have a passport to any other country or records in any sea charter logs. I don't have a name. I've been lost to history.
Do you want to leave? I'm sure there's a way out somehow?
Your dad closed the portal. There's no way out now. Just down.
Right. Okay. Any... Do we...
This must be some sort of test or something.
I just
Punishment?
need help.
Okay. Okay, I'll help you. I guess Alice is gonna reluctantly walk over to presumably where there's like a little pit and just try to start digging a little bit at it.
Yeah,
And he's gonna look for a shovel.
there is none. Just toppled buildings and still raging fires and wisps of winds with faces inside them, still reaching out and howling. Little Teddy sits down and pats at the ground.
Okay. Dig. Dig, dig, dig.
Yeah.
All right.
With her many arms, she's gonna try and dig a hole.
Benny, do you join?
Benny is going to get down on his knees and try to help by pulling away some of the dirt.
You try to dig through this layer of dirt, but it doesn't seem receptive to your hands. You can move through the paint and try and rustle through it, but it's fully unresponsive. The delicate hands of a person can't do damage like this. Surely a person, living, loving, loved, a cherished person couldn't pierce this ground. As it stands, this visage you both take is too benign. More ravenous force is required.
Sorry. What are you again?
I used to be an Azamar, and now I'm something called a Nirudam.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And isn't Ubudam a monster?
depends on who you ask.
Is it? I'm asking
I
you.
don't know. I don't know. Oh, I said it helps some. With some hesitance, Alice is going to try and use the beak to also just shovel it down into the hole and see if that gives any more.
You allow yourself to do this thing that a person's body could not, thrusting the beak down into the dirt, and it does start to make purchase of the ground.
I can't do that. Mr. Benny, can you do that?
I only have my hands.
No, you don't.
He looks to his wings.
Oh no. Now you have claws and an awful maw. And a horrible beak and jaw. Cracks out. Many eyes. On your knees. Face.
Benny's gonna look at his hands, because now he's questioning if he's actually in his, like, cursed form or not.
You think you are?
He's definitely questioning. He's like, am I?
Well, your fingernails certainly look longer. The more you question, more too does things seem to fall into place. Your wings feel a bit heavier against your back, and your form kind of drapes forward.
I suppose I do.
So what are you?
A monster. And he's gonna keep digging.
The Teddy watches the two of you dig with your horrible beaks and claws, starting to reach out and earth and dig lower and lower and as you do, see a hand sticking out of the dirt. You eventually are able to push some of it aside, and then eventually you see one with 6 fingers, 3 trimmed properly, the other with pushed back cuticles, cracked paint like galaxies, and bite marks around their edges. It's like a perfect amalgamation together.
Should we try to dig them out? Or
Actually, question, is Benny still talking as normal if he's in his...
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I don't understand this test, but
I told you it's not a test, I just need help.
and you're sure you want this specific spot to be your grave?
Yeah?
Okay. I'm just gonna try and dig around it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Benny will follow suit.
You reach down and start to slowly unearth this body. As you do, you start to see more and more of it. The twisting skin, the seamless melting, this split amalgam. It has kind of two-toned skin and features far too perfectly placed to be anything other than a purposeful transformation, an accepted integration without a sign of struggle. Drowish, pale, and tired gray skin marbles into the slick, bloody crimson with a tint of romantic red. Face of someone you love. Someone that must have loved you back. There's no doubt he's not the detached ones. Vigor, the Devorims, Curse God, the poison-tongued way people spit out Genesis. It's not them. It's Dad. It's Jenny. This body in the dirt.
What's that?
Oh. Benny, this is some kind of test, right? We both touched that painting, right? This isn't...
We did.
Okay.
I remember
No.
we did. We touched the painting. And now we're
Okay.
here. We just need to...
Okay, it's not really him. It's not really him.
Sorry, I asked you a question. What is that?
The body?
Of what?
To people?
They people?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
He used to just be a high elf, and he looks drowish here, and now he's a god, and I don't know who the person next to him, whoever that is. Benny, this must be someone important to you, right? Or
Benny's gonna look
Who's
closer.
that?
It's Jenny. It's Genesis.
That's... He pauses for a moment. That's Genesis. He's not really here. He's not actually here. You're right, Alice, it's a test. It's not real.
Are they monsters?
Yes. He answers a bit too quickly.
Depends on who you ask. I don't know much about Genesis. I've heard he's bad.
Well,
Veldrin.
it looks like it's the same person, so if Benny thinks that it's a monster, then I guess it's a monster. Haha. He's a monster, Alice. You should say it.
I don't want to.
It's okay. I can sound it out. He's a monster.
No, they don't have to say it.
No, I want them to say it. It's like a game.
This isn't a game.
You're right. It is a test. Now say it with me. He's... Come on now, say it. He's... monster.
Monster.
Very good. So what does that mean, huh? If you're a monster and so are they.
What do you want? You wanted help? Does it matter where the help comes from?
No. Doesn't. To me. I'm dead. I don't really have a concept of the difference between a person and a monster anymore. That's why I'm asking you questions. Is that wrong? Is it wrong to be a monster?
Is the grave deep enough?
Yeah, I think it is.
And I think we finished helping you.
They waddle inside it and curl up next to the two-toned corpse.
Now bury me!
Good night. And Alice will start to bury.
Benny doesn't say anything and he just starts to put the dirt back into the hole.
Oh. Before I go, just wanted to let you know. I think you're both monsters.
Okay.
You shovel the dirt, smear it across this form. The teddy bear slowly waves you away. As the last bits of dirt rust upon its small frame, the paint strokes come together and rise up as a grave with a hilt. It's a sword.
Why don't you take it, Benny?
I'll take it.
Thank you.
Alice, I'm sorry. I didn't realize me saying that would...
It's okay. I should get used to it.
Benny takes the sword.
As you grab the hilt, the painting concludes. And that brings us to the final depiction. So, Callie, Gideon, as the world changes around you both, there's a rush of perfect body temperature air that sends a wave of nauseating dizziness with it, an aching nostalgia. Like being scolded by a parent or called out before a classroom of bickering children, eyes affixed on you as if you were the most gruesome and horrific thing they've ever seen. You're in a church. You've both been to this one before, dragged here by your respective parents, either from a genuine worship or to engage in some other community event that they were forced to. Part of a board, a council, something like that. Religion on Seperternum, though, often wasn't the typical affair of worshipping the colossi and gods. Better to let Corellin sleep, to star-wish to him in quiet. No. Church in Seperternum is less about affinity to a given god, more of respect to the concept of structure and meaning. To deliver oneself away from the uncontrolled and incomprehensible, everything is under control. By design. The brushstrokes are all pristine, perfect, and they look like they've been pressed against rulers and measured out to create an almost computerized look. It's brutalist, matter of fact. As you guys are at the back of this church, you see in the pews is the party. What are you doing?
We're not alone.
Seems not.
Well, should we give talking to them a try?
Might as well.
Yeah. I guess Callie will start waddling over, trying to look at their faces and see if there's like any way she can determine if this is like a slight difference doppelganger situation or if there's nothing to see.
They're just blank, like unanimated puppets staring forward with dull, kind of rolled back eyes. They don't move, they don't make any reaction to you kind of like approaching in front of them. They're just standing and looking stock still.
Are there any objects around us?
Yes, there indeed is. There is, I think the main thing that would stick out to you would be at the front of the church, where there is a pedestal that has a small kind of platform on it with a kind of indentation in it. Like something should be set inside of it. That is the main thing that sticks out in this room. However, it is a very tiny pedestal.
Anything else, or is it just the pedestal and the people?
The pedestal, the people, the pews of the church, that's about it.
Can I approach the pedestal?
You do. And it waits for you. Far too small, with almost court-like walls around its side. Callie, just straight up, is not made to fit this. It's a horrifically cramped thing. Just my style. Comes the thought of the deluded executioner in your mind as you feel your tongue slide over your lips. Hilo did that, not you. You step onto the pedestal?
Sure.
You slowly take 2 steps up, your boots gently rattling against the wood. And you hear a small click. Then, a deafening snap, as loud as a bullet against your sensitive ears. Callie, you can't stop yourself from letting out a yelp as jaws clamp down around your leg. From the floor, 2 stringboard bear traps shoot up from small divots in the bottom of the panels, hidden beforehand, but activated by the existence of feet upon the pedestal. There's a horrible cruelty about the concept of a hunting trap that doesn't kill in a swift manner. It is an ineffective level of suffering, a terrible fate. The humble bear trap is perhaps one of the things most exemplary of this horrific torturing method of trapping things. And Callie, both of your feet are immediately snapped up by bear traps. The only thing keeping you from feeling the pain right now is the numbness of the drugs in your system. Nobody else in the pews flinch at that noise. They just watch Callie as your bloodied foot is dragged up like a series of striking alligators, as 2 more appendages, like these strange kind of like clocking things, they reach out like alligators and grab onto both of your arms too. And in front of you, in the midst of the church, Gideon, Callie is strung up by all 4 of her limbs with bear traps clamping down on all of them. Like you're about to be skinned for your hide and turned into a rug.
Okay. How real is
There's
this?
more. There's got to be more to this. What is it? What is it?
At once,
Can I look over the...
all of the voices turn out at once. The monster. The wood. All of them speak it at once. A hive mind, they all look up at you, Gideon. You start to look around again, you said?
Yeah, I was just looking around. I guess I'll turn to the puppet and just say, "What do you want?"
The puppets all point towards you, but it looks more so that they are pointing behind you.
I turn around.
You see a corpse. Mauled. Rendered so you can't make out the species, the structure, the identity, any indication of the who. It's just a cadaver. Bloated and mauled in wounds that give you a headache when you look at them. Callie, also see this body strung up. Though, for Gideon, it's more just a smear of incomprehensible brushstrokes. You can see it a little bit more clearly. If you looked further, you could find the mechanisms used to claw this thing apart, this person apart.
Okay, you know what, I don't really want to be up here, but I'm holding on to hope that this isn't real, and we'll be fine anyway.
Did you also want to investigate the stand in front of you that had the small divot in it, Gideon?
Yeah, I did actually want to do that.
Good. Go ahead.
Cool. Do I roll for this?
Yeah, roll investigation. At advantage.
Cool. 19.
Okay. 19. You notice that this pedestal is in the shape of a sword hilt. Indentation in it. It's waiting. It's a receptacle for it.
Do I see any swords around here?
No.
Beast in the woods. Receptacle for a sword. Mauled corpse. Puppet. I don't suppose you have anything else to say?
You turn towards the bodies. They all look up, and at the same time, their head rattles to the side.
We got your back, Gideon.
Oh, just take the sword and...
Well, I'd love to know where the sword is if you want me to use it.
You did this, after all.
A hand from Alice points up at Callie. She did this after all.
Sorry, what? What did I do?
Can you say that again?
You always know what's right.
The voices all kind of slowly echo out. Just to repeat what they said in case it didn't all click at once. We've got your back, Gideon. Just take the sword and strike. She did this after all. You always know what's right. They do not elaborate on what sword. But I think a hand actually does point out from Aros as it slowly trails down to the pouch where all your items are kept.
I guess I'll look through my pouch then.
Well, you do have a sword hilt.
I'm gonna put it on top of where the indent is.
It fits like a glove.
And then I guess I'll draw it back.
You do. And it's very strange as it emerges. Because instead of actually pulling a sword from this pedestal, instead, all that comes out of it is this small wisp of energy. It's kind of underdeveloped, it's underformed. And they all point up at Callie, expectantly.
Gideon walks over to Callie. She's at how high is she above him, or is she just at sort of ground height strung up?
She's like ground height strung up.
Hi.
Hi. Gideon just sort of looks at the group of puppets, sort of swinging the sword around dangerously close to Callie. So I suppose you expect me to cut her up, as it were? Is this make her like the corpse over there?
Do justice, I think is what Aros says. Eye for an eye. She did this after all.
Did what?
Their hands all point to the corpse.
And who was it?
None of them answer.
I don't know if you're aware, though murder is something that happens quite frequently nowadays, so I can't really think of anything to punish Callie for if I don't even know who it is.
Prove it wasn't her, then.
Isn't the burden of proof on the accuser?
They all shake their heads no.
Oh, this is bullshit.
Alright. Can I go over and,
Yeah.
can I go over to, I'll go back over to the corpse, see if I can identify anything with it.
You can't. It just looks like a smudge to you, a blurry miasma of darkness and charred flesh. You can't make anything out.
Callie, I don't suppose you could make out more of this. I'm having a hard time seeing much of anything here.
Can she?
Yes, you absolutely can. Roll investigation.
Can do. That is a 29.
Yeah. You are able to look over the body, and where you just see burnt nothingness, or where Gideon just sees burnt nothingness, Callie indeed does see more. Burnt is an apt word for this. There is nothing but cinders up the form, kind of slow, roiling up and down and up and down. The eyes, however, are intact. They're glowing, pulsing this deep color. They're kind of sunken inwards. The heat has kind of pushed them further. It's clear that this was damaged severely by a flame, fire, a burning, a charring. But there is something more to it. Deep in those eyes is a twisting, swirling thing. It's force. It's tear stains running down the face. Red, orange. There's no claw marks, no spear marks, no weapons, nothing. Just fire.
Well, it's... From what I'm seeing is that it's quite burnt. Doesn't... strung me up a little hastily. I wish I could see closer, but, doesn't seem to be any claw marks or weapon damage, any particular wounds, just fire.
Hmm.
Kind of eerie, glowing eyes, red tear marks. I don't have any fire magic. That's just not something I can do.
Alright, Gideon's gonna turn to the puppets again. So, if I am able to prove that Callie didn't do it, what would happen then?
There is a moment where the puppets, their heads all crane to the side.
We need our round of.
Take it again.
Yeah, pick up. Okay.
No, mics.
We need our. Yeah. We need our pound of flesh.
Hmm. Hmm. And you said there's puppets of the whole party. There are also puppets of me and Callie as well?
No.
Well, you're making this quite difficult by giving us nothing to work with. I'm not convinced that you all didn't burn this poor individual at the stake like you're trying to do to me.
As I remember it, Benny has fire magic. I don't suppose your puppet friend there would suffice for this, given how things line up there.
You see a robotic shaking of the head, just a slow, low movement, and Aros tilts the head. We'd never attack one of us.
But I'm not you, am I?
They all slowly shake their head, no, not.
So, if all you really want is your pound of flesh, as it were, then does it even really matter to you if who's guilty is actually the one who's chosen?
There's a head tilt. Aros pipes up. Did it? Do you know? And then...
Do I? I don't know. Can I roll something for that?
And then Yaksha's head kind of tilts as well.
Who committed this blasphemy, Gideon?
Mm-hmm.
From there comes Kiki. There comes Lelee.
You know we've got your back.
Alice's head also kind of cranes forward, slowly, stalking.
Rebalba, Elo, Genesis.
And then Benny, with a cracked smile, even though you just put the blame on him.
Say the word and we'll attack.
Oh. Oh, I see. Quite tried, all things considered.
You notice it too, as they were swapping between their potential targets, that the wooden mask on Callie's form slightly shifted at each word. To Zabalba, a deer mask. To Hilo, an eye. To Genesis, just a smile. Doesn't really change, does it, the target?
So, I suppose what you want of me is to find the target, to strike them down?
There's a monster. in these woods.
Knowing that Gideon can easily strike me down at a moment's notice and I have no way of escaping, is there any possibility I could look at the body a little closer?
Oh no, it's all right, Callie. I figured it out. It's fine. All right.
Sure.
Well, and if I'm wrong, well, well, let's hope I really am always right, like the puppet said. And Gideon stabs himself through the heart with the sword.
Callie, you just watch this sudden movement. There's nothing you can do. Jaws of the bear traps holding you back. It's only a hilt, so stabbing, is it gonna do much? That kind of force that was kind of writhing around it, that grasping sensation, you indeed take it, slam it into your heart, and Callie, you do see Gideon kind of double forward. You feel something in there, Gideon. A roiling in your stomach. And you start to see the eyes of all the puppets on you. Their heads and faces twitching, almost expectantly, turning to smiles. Oh, they've wanted this. Oh, they've wanted this. Finally, an excuse. As this sword is in your chest, you can't bring yourself to move. Despite the look on all their faces, the itching one with cracked lips and bloodshot eyes, hands over their weapons. You know how fast they can pounce. As skilled as the two of you are, Callie is strung up and tremoring. You can't take them all, you can't even move. Especially not with the look in their eyes. Callie, I want you to roll history real quick.
Can do. That is a 16.
I'm gonna quickly DM you something, Callie.
Okay, alright.
The dolls all start to stand. And Callie, they start to walk past you.
No, let me down. Let me down. Am I able to cast?
You feel your hands twitch, and you can, yeah.
I have Misty Step.
You indeed. Are you going in front of them all?
Yeah. Get back! Get back!
Their eyes still try to crane around and look at Gideon and try to just stalk forward.
This isn't for you. You don't deserve to see this. This is your fight.
There's a monster in the woods.
It's not your problem. For God's sake, give him some dignity.
I want you to roll performance right now.
Can do. Wow, I got +0.
Can Aros get you advantage?
Yeah, absolutely. The cat jumps over, like across from you, Gideon, where you're slowly collapsing to the ground at this point, and the cat jumps off your shoulder and gets on Callie and just starts hissing and kind of pawing at everyone, trying to get them back.
Can I give myself guidance?
Yes.
Come on, give me a 4. Well, it's a 1. Well, still, it's a 17.
I think, Callie, that phrasing kind of rolls over in your mind. There's a monster in the woods. They want a monster so bad. What are you willing to portray yourself as to get the heat off of him?
They want a monster. and they will see it in whoever they like. She's larger, and she is not currently the one with a sword in her chest. So there's not a whole lot she has to do, is there?
Like a bear. Your whole body, you make it large as it can be. You stalk up, arms outstretched and wide. A snarl goes across that mask that they all blink to see. You feel it on your face, changing, just like it did when they shot out their other accusations of who it could be. You feel it on your face. A mask of the man behind you on the ground, sword in his heart. They're so scared. They're so scared. And there's a horrible look in their eyes. Bloodshot, rabid, as a rattling noise rings out, cackling, low laughter, chattering of teeth like a bunch of nutcrackers, kind of like whittling down a bunch of wooden noises, cascading amongst one another. You, Callie, blink, and the chuckling forms vanish. They, in truth, did not see where the sword goes. You blocked their vision, but still gave them something to follow. But now, there's you. In a forest. In the woods.
Am I alone?
No.
Is Gideon here? Is he still steered through the chest?
Gideon, there is a sensation of something wanting to form itself around this hilt. Are you letting it?
Yes.
And as it sits there in your heart, you start to pull it out. There is more give to it than there was the flowing, shadowy nothingness from before. There actually is something emerging. Something coming out of you. Dripping. It's not as if the blade was truly inside your body, but more as if it's manifesting from the inherent knowledge. It's long and blunt and obvious and wriggling. Just ripping at it, pulling. It only gets so far before there's a grip. End. There's still a set of eyes on you that Callie could not block, right at the front. Now, what is this? Gideon? Hilo, right next to you, watching you do this. Now here's my question for you. Would you prefer to spend your effort to try to pull the rest of the blade out? Or to push Hilo back in?
Mm-hmm. I think I'd like to put my effort in pushing Hilo back, but I'd also like to look at Callie and say, can I have some help?
Callie.
Gideon, okay, what?
Pull.
Okay.
And, while Callie's doing that, I want to try to push Hilo back in.
Okay.
Yeah. What did Hilo say to me, by the way?
Now, what is this?
When he says that, I just want to respond back to him in my mind and just say, a puzzle with bad subtext, and I want to try to push him back in.
Roll deception or persuasion.
Not great at either of those.
Guidance.
Guidance.
Ooh.
Cat. I guess, do you want shitty Aros cat? Do you want that cat to help you with your check here, or Callie with the ones that she's about to make?
Me? I hope
This
the
seems
bear
more
is strong.
Mm.
I hope the bear is strong. All right. Okay. What is my modifier for this? Well, +1. All right, and then guidance. 22. All right. Jesus Christ! I really didn't think I was gonna get that high.
All right, then. I've gotten bored of how rigid this artistic expression is. Feel it recede to the back of your head as Callie, you reach forward onto the handle of the sword and start pulling. Callie...
Should I roll anything?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to just roll flat charisma.
Ooh, okay. Wow, +0. What the fuck?
Oof.
Okay. Well, there was a nat 20.
Oh.
As you, Gideon, are putting all of your thoughts right now into trying to make sure that door stays closed, Callie, you reach forward and grab the hilt of this blade and start it out. It's a horrible sensation, especially as Gideon starts spasming as you do so, but do you press forward?
It's okay.
Eventually, both hear a snap. There's a thud on the ground, Callie, as you drop what's in your hand to the floor. The forest around you shining down moonlight over you both. There's sweat on your brow, Gideon. That was only held back in sensation by Hilo, the Umbra, etc. But it feels deep. It's so deep. Oof, it hurts. And you're kind of thumbing your finger over in such where it just pulled out, and there is a small divot in there that you feel slightly. A small, tiny red light underneath it, too, that pierces outward. Your hand kind of naturally wants to rub over it, but it kind of feels like it just needs to air itself out, so you just hand away. Callie, you see him on his hands, bracing white-knuckled kind of against the ground. Sweat on a rabid face, eyes blown out from a horrible dilation that you realize has fully eclipsed the typical runes in his pupils, and his mouth is dripping with saliva. You want to go straight for investigating the blade or checking on Gideon?
She doesn't give a fuck about the blade.
Yeah. You just immediately
Gideon.
kind of rubbing Gideon on the back.
Yeah.
Can I investigate the blade while Callie's rubbing
probably
me in the
someone
back
should.
and holding it?
In a second you can, because first of all, my question is, as the roiling sensations of your particular affliction start to rage upwards to the surface, are you fighting that back?
Sorry, say that again?
Do you fight your typical affliction that comes with pushing Hilo back in? Try to let the chains do their work.
I'm gonna say no.
Then you get a surge of bubbling sensation, gasping sense. You need dirt in your mouth. Or maybe offal. Or grease. Or gasoline. Or wood. Wood. You need wood and flour. You need to eat kindling. Now! This is a madness table roll. As you feel that sensation wash over you. You're in a forest. What do you do?
Said kindling. Probably a lot of branches on the ground.
There are.
He starts crawling.
Gideon. Oh.
Keeps going till he can get some.
There's no speaking or anything, just kind of low breathing. Eventually you're able to run your hands over a bit of sticks on the ground. They're wet, though. They're wet. This won't do.
What are you looking for?
Need wood. Dry.
Oh. Okay, we've got trees.
And Gideon's gonna keep looking around.
Yeah, roll nature.
And those. Ooh. That is an 8. Oh, wait, no. Nature? Oh, wait, I forget. 13. I thought it was wisdom for a second.
Well, it's frustrating. There must have just been rainfall here. It's all covered in the slick dew of the morning and the sun shining through. You can just see how damp it all is. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
No. Dry wood.
Can I ask for what?
I need it.
Okay.
Can I go
What
through?
kind Go ahead.
Can I throw a firebolt at a trunk?
Absolutely. You just... What are you doing, Callie, as well?
Oh, she was just gonna ask, like, what kind of trees are these? How many, like, what's the branch
They're
situation?
birch. They look like a bunch of eyes staring you down.
Okay,
And immediately as that happens, there's just a fire as Gideon just hurls a firebolt out towards one of the branches and trees. And it kind of sizzles off, some kind of prestidigitation, kind of smoke goes off into the air. It starts to catch just a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Is there... What she's thinking of doing is, like, if there's a decently large, then not too large branch, she'd bring it down and, like, crack it in half so the inside would be dry. Could she do that?
You could. Go ahead and like try to roll athletics.
Okay, I have disadvantage that I'm good at athletics.
In the meantime, yeah, Gideon, that just didn't do enough. It's not catching. It's too damp. It's too damp.
I got a 16 for that.
16 athletics. Gideon's kind of slowly sulking forward towards the tree that's already been weakened a bit by it. As his eyes start to scan around, trying to find another thing to get inside. Callie, you take the tree, and you grab the top of it, and you just crunch one of the scrawnier birches in half. There's dry wood inside.
Yeah. This work?
Yeah, yes, give it here. Now.
She gives it.
Give a fistful of splintering little bits of wood char over to Gideon.
He puts it in his mouth and he just starts chomping down on it.
Okay. Is it to your liking?
How long is this, by the way?
As you start to feel the wood kind of lulling under your tongue and your mouth, as you start to go to swallow, your eyes kind of blink a little. It's past the urge. Right before you can either swallow or spit out, it's up to you.
Gideon, now that it's basically just mulch and pulp in his mouth, he does swallow it.
You see him slowly, just like the kind of Adam's apple, just bob up as he swallows it back, even after you've seen his eyes kind of regain a little bit of light to them.
I'm fine now.
Okay. Did that help, or did that?
Probably figure out where we are now. I was hoping
Okay.
all that would solve everything, though it seems like it didn't.
Well, there's a sword. I completely disregarded the sword.
Yes.
Okay.
Can Gideon try to investigate the sword now?
Yeah. It's fucking awful. It's not even fully formed despite everything. It just looks like it's been partially just, for lack of a better term, aborted. It looks like charcoal mixed with body fat. It wriggles a bit, like how something new to the world tries to make a first try. It has tiny little appendages that try to reach and grasp, but find nothing in return. Some runes on the hilt have appeared, but they're broken, half-lit, and trailing off into nothing. It's a truly awful thing.
What was Lens thinking with this one?
Not entirely sure. Me try something, and what happens if I try to cast Identify on this?
Well, you get the name of the object, do you not?
Yeah, and I get like a short description of it from what I remember.
The Blasphemy Blade. Born of twisted minds. Potential not yet seen. Of things considered sick. It is dormant right now, inactive, not fully formed. Because it's still hungry.
Can I see this? The blade?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's still on the ground. Callie hasn't even touched it.
Okay,
She
yeah,
just dropped it.
Gideon reaches down to pick it up.
You do. It's just there.
Can I try speaking to it?
Mm-hmm.
Just, because I know how Archblades work, so I'm just gonna say hello. It's broken. Can't fully form a thought. Let's see. I just thought of something that Len said. He talked about how Archblades take on parts of their owner's personality. The Blasphemy Blade might already be bound to, the Devrim, but I did want to. Could I potentially?
It was shunned, if
I
you
don't know.
recall.
Oh
She
yeah,
fully
I was
disowned
gonna.
it.
Okay, so if that's the case, can I share some of myself with it?
You can. But that will take time. But for now, as you run your hand over the hilt, I'm assuming you're holding it with like a gentleness, like you're trying to be gentle and like nice with it, yeah?
Yeah.
And you're not showing any coiled up lips, any upturned nose, the strange visage of it.
No, I think I'm just looking over it with fascination and interest.
Hold me closer.
Gideon, this blade's pretty messed up, but it at least has like a flat to the blade still, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Gideon sort of holds the flat of the blade against his cheek.
Don't let them see me. I'm awful.
scared little thing. You feel like a rabbit kind of like pitter-patter heartbeat.
That's fine. Maybe we have that in common.
Behind you two, there is painting, the same one that you came in from. It's just waiting there.
Oh. Did Callie hear what it said, or was that just in Gideon mind?
No. That's a Gideon mind, but you could see Gideon just holding the blade to his cheek.
Is it talking to you? Like the
A
other
bit.
ones? Does it want anything?
Yes, it seems like it's a bit shy.
I mean, the thing was just birthed, so I can't blame it.
Yeah.
Does it want like a... I don't know. Blanket or something?
You feel a little... Yeah. Go ahead, Gideon.
Oh, Gideon was just gonna ask for the mind link again, if it wants anything else.
Warmth would be nice. Warmth. That's what it wants.
And warmth. Is there still any burning of the of where I shot out the firebolt, that crisp wood?
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Sort of smoldering.
Yeah.
Can I just walk over and just sort of hold the blade against it?
Yeah. It seems to enjoy that. Kind of a little purring noise it makes. It heats up a bit.
I think I might have a bit of an idea of what's going on here. Callie, can you try touching that painting? I think I know what to do. If you could just touch it real quick.
Yeah. Alright. She'll go over and touch it.
Callie vanishes.
Alright then. And like as Gideon is, looking around, processing all this is like a weird sort of metaphysical space, right?
Oh yes.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
While I'm in here, I DM'd you about something earlier.
Oh, yes,
in
you
this
could.
space specifically, could I do that right now?
Yeah.
Then I think Gideon looks down at the blade and says, "Alright then. I think I know exactly how to give you everything you want." And then if this were a show, it would fade to black.
And as a moment passes, you all emerge from the paintings. Well, what was paintings before. It takes a second for Gideon to follow after, but soon enough you've all returned back to the hallway where things first began. With Adalwulf kind of wrapped around Lelee and Elian, who have been... Elian's probably been going over things with you, Lelee, just like the occasional just like spell teaching thing, and you guys have probably been examining a little bit of Umbra. And eventually Adalwulf is just going to go, "It appears that you've all had quite an interesting trip."
Yeah, that's something I never want to do.
Did we succeed at what we were supposed to do?
Do I have the sword?
That's a good question. I think when Callie says that, Adalwulf just kind of like makes a big wolfish grin, and it's just going to stand up, and it's just going to go, "Well, you succeeded if you found You're missing blades, yeah?
It seems so.
Yeah. Yaksha, you hold one up. Bennie holds one up. Oh, great. You've received both blades. The old flame blade and the sleep blade, yes? Wonderful. Makes no mind of a third.
It seems everything is in order then.
Oh, it most certainly is.
Can we keep moving then?
That we can. Well, somewhat. We needed those two blades for a particular reason, as I've been talking to Lelee about. The ritual of the arc blades, yeah?
Oh,
Yes.
Shit, right, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You've been a bit lost in thought, Lelee.
I've been paying attention, just...
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You know,
so you can tell them all what they need to do next.
Ritual with the Archblades. I have the Archblades.
Yeah. The ritual with the arc blades, anything more?
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
You are just like me. It's very funny.
Listen, you have me sit down to listen, and I kind of zone out.
Wait. Did you zone out about the entire thing I was trying to tell you about Umbra?
Ellie, you can't... You gotta give me something to do, like push-ups or something. I'm gonna get bored, and I'm not gonna pay attention, and I wasn't paying attention when Lens was talking, so then I wasn't paying attention when you started talking, and all I heard was, like, Umbra, which is the stuff that's in me, so I just thought you were talking about, like, whatever I have, and I already know what I have.
And you
Maybe
didn't
we should have a
think to
group
pay attention?
explanation.
So
Oh,
it seems a
like when your
group
doctor-
explanation is in order.
We'll do the remembering for her.
Kinda just pats Lelee on the head with a big ol' wolf paw. Well... The two blades that you have returned were used in the construction of this here mechanism to power this particular part of the grid leading towards, well, my love, Hailwyn. As I've mentioned before, that they would be in here. New paths are expected after a long time of rot and ruin, yeah? But it seems that these two have come back despite everything. Though I'm shocked, it looks like they have both changed quite a bit. And seems they've gone through quite the introspection. But this should not be a detriment to things, at the very least. In fact, I hoped for this. They've gone through a reset after you've, well, I've had the process be described as somewhat of a ego death mechanism. Is that something around what you would also describe that you went through?
I don't know if I would particularly describe it like that.
Say that.
Well,
Or like
then how about
comical torture.
that would also be it.
comical
That's probably a better way of putting things. Well, you've gone through all of that, and now the arc blades have been reset with that tumultuous display of emotion. As such, I have a quick question to see if someone has paid attention to anything that I said, but if not, we'll all have a learning experience together. Do you all know why there are so few arc blades in the world? You can guess if you want.
It's because you made all of them and you only have so much time.
Effort of creation?
I honestly consider myself quite a good craftsperson who can get stuff done in a moderate good amount of Hey, it has nothing to do with me. Or the materials. No.
Would it have to do with the guard?
It has to do with the sentience and awakening that sentience. It's a dangerous practice, is why. One must recalibrate the inner lusts, the blade. As weapons, it is their nature to be fed and put to use. This is not their fault. They must be fed and then, on a full stomach, recalibrated. Put into a place most warm, often soaked in blood. Such is the process. My love went through with her own. And such is the process that we need to open the locks. This was the next trick up my sleeve, a trial only the future seer's finest were supposed to be able to complete. And it's one that I cannot partake in. My blood is used to initiate the ritual, the rest must be yours. Kind of spirals around the room and hands, puts both the giant claws out. The swords, the flame blade and the grave blade. Or the sleep blade, rather. Give them.
Blood, said.
Hmm?
You said your blood?
Oh, yeah.
You have to make you bleed for this ritual?
Oh, you don't have to do anything. Takes the sword from you and just into his chest. I do all the work myself. I have plenty to spare, though.
What would have happened if you had been put into a humanoid body, like some of the plans were originally? What would happen here?
Well, it would have puts the blade on the ground. Probably taken months for my body to generate enough blood to do this ritual twice. Is what is kind of needed for this type of procedure. This was meant to be an impossible locking mechanism after all. I didn't think such a fate like this would ever occur. Other one! Hand out towards Alice.
And that's just, she hands it over.
And, yeah, just kind of takes that other sword and again just stringing with strands of kind of infused horrible blood. It's set on the ground, and he kind of picks them both up, studies them a bit. Now then, here's a big question. Who wants an arc blade? Let it be known, this is not an honor that I would typically give out to non-elves, but I am making an exception in this regard. If you do this knowing, I won't let it leave Seperternum with you.
Take one.
Pick your poison.
Flame
Flame blade or sleep blade. Flame blade or sleep blade.
Does anybody else have a preference? Somebody else is going to take the blade?
I don't think I need either of these blades.
Alright.
I thought you would jump right on it.
Lelee?
I don't know if you knew this, but I still have that giant moon fucking
The moon blade, right.
It's huge.
Okay. Very well.
Yeah, I don't think I can wield that many swords. I'm only one elf.
I'll take the flame blade.
Well, Alice, do you want the other one?
You do have first dibs, considering it was in your painting that you extracted it, but is this one that you want? Kind of holds the blade to you, the one that grew from that grave.
I should be fine. My abilities are mostly of the mind anyway. I don't think I have any, proficiency with, swinging anything around.
Fair enough. Well then. Here's how this is going to work. First, pick your dancing partner. Yaksha. Callista.
I'm going to look straight at Aros.
No, Aros isn't here. Fuck you. Aros just Aros just does this.
Hey, fair enough, not again.
Aros has enough of close contact with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough. Dancing partner. Do they need to not have a blade?
Yes.
Is this an actual dance or a violence kind of dance?
Dance of blades, so violence, yes.
Oh. Do any of you consent?
I don't have blood.
Okay. I don't know if that's better or worse in this case.
Well, so only
Whatever
so
gets
many of us
first.
left, so I suppose, it'll have to be me for one of them.
Is that so? I don't need to put you on the spot, Alice. Wait, I was going to say you are light-sized, but you're actually not.
The
What
side
happened
effects
here?
have worn since now.
Oh,
Hilariously
you're
enough,
big again.
Benny's was if he touches people, he just fucking blows them up. Benny just never touched anyone.
Oh my god.
That would have been really funny if Benny tried to, comfort Alice at one point. and just-
Exactly what I was banking on.
Bro had nothing to say.
Would I just have blown up and never come back?
No, it's just you take damage. Anywho.
Okay.
So all of the
You're
effects
dead
have gone
forever
away.
in one touch.
All right then. I guess.
Alice, you are about my size.
Again, whatever we need to progress.
Gideon, it seems like you're exactly my size.
Alright then, Yaksha.
Okay. When the trial starts, you will both be overtaken with bloodlust after the blade draws first blood. All you have to do is survive for about a minute. Caveat, only elves can join in outside the typical combatants, and therefore, Lelee, you get to make sure that they don't fucking kill each other.
Ooh, I'd love if you did that.
Yay.
Glad you're here with us.
But two, remember that this is the high honor for elves, Yaksha. They are called elf blades. Try to fight the process of this by trying to resist the blade and I will confiscate it from you. Let it do what it has to do. Though, you also mustn't let it kill in its first spar. You are not to treat this lightly, those who are guests. If I do not like how you handle the blade, it will be given to Callie, Lelee, or Gideon. Oh, and once again, they don't leave Seperternum with you. Understood?
Understood.
Good. He kind of, draws two lines in the ground with his claw. These two kind of scraping things. We're going to have 3 rounds of combat to end this session off.
Fine.
Gideon, I'm gonna trust you not to die. And you'll have to trust me.
So, allow me to set things up as we have on one side of the equation, Yaksha versus Gideon, and the other, Callie versus Alice. In the grounds of this particular encounter, you are overtaken by bloodlust. Therefore, you can't just avoid attacking, you have to attack. So, with no feelings on the line, and this just being a fun little
Does that
sparring
mean
match...
you can't take any defensive actions if it would get in the way of attacking?
Yes, that is true.
Okay.
Good point. Good caveat to throw out there. So, as the lines are drawn and quartered in combat, Adalwulf raises a hand up and is going to gently pluck the moonblade from Lelee's hand and is going to show both Callie and Yaksha the starting position to stand in. This is to be quick. This is to be bloody. And this is to be honorable. Do all parties understand?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Wonderful. Then without further ado, may the ritual commence. Roll for initiative.
Do you want me to roll in?
You are playing
Sure.
support, Lelee. You are the only one not overtaken by the bloodlust of this combat, this ritual combat. As, yeah.
So just to be clear, I'm doing my best.
roll in.
You
Yeah.
are doing your best to stab the fuck out of Gideon without
Would
killing
that
his
activate
ass.
my Colossi powers?
Hell fucking yeah.
Use
Okay.
everything you got at your disposal.
Everything I got.
Everything you got.
Understood.
If I
Everything
have
you
to
got-
roll in, that's a nat 20. Can I re-roll?
I mean, you can always hold actions and yeah, I'll allow you to roll
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of like the
I wanted to,
overseer of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's fucking go. As the realm is kind of drawn and quartered around you, and you guys are set up in front of the statue of Haelwyn, Lens is going to take a couple of steps backward, kind of like guard his form over Elian's, and is just going to go, "Then on my count, strike. 1, 2, 3. Yaksha, you are first in initiative as 3 is hissed out, and you suddenly feel this horrible sensation writhe up your body as the blood from the blade starts to trail up your arms and into your eyes, and you feel it overtaking your eyelids and covering your face. What do you do?
Question about the blade. Is it a two-handed weapon?
It is. It can be.
I should know how to
It's
attack with
versatile.
it. Is it a longsword?
Yeah.
Okay, versatile. Got it. I'm gonna cast Guardian of Nature.
Fuck yeah. So immediately, there is a burst of energy as a green crackle of electricity sparks out, and you activate Guardian of Nature.
Yes. And rush straight to Gideon.
Okay, 5, 10,
I hit him with
15,
that.
20, 25. Yep, so with a ungodly strength, or rather a godly strength in this kind of particular regard, Gideon, you watch as Yaksha just almost fucking teleports with like a trail of lightning in front of you, blade swinging up behind with incredible precision as it glints a little bit in the air, and it comes down right for you. Roll to hit, Yaksha.
Alright, because of Guardian of Nature, I do have advantage on this. So that is... what? Is there a bonus to this weapon?
Yes, +3.
+3? Okay, that's a... I'm gonna use Great Weapon Master for that. Just... Okay, that's a 24.
24, does that hit you, Gideon?
That does hit me, yes.
That hits, and the blade plunges forward, and the second it hits into your ward, Gideon, that blood shunts off the blade and also goes into your body, and you feel it also cover up your eyes as you are also joining in the bloodlust. So, is that your turn, Yaksha?
It's not, because, to be clear, we're doing our best, right?
Fuck yeah!
I'm gonna use my superiority die, and use, trip attack. Can you make a strength saving throw, Gideon?
Blade goes plunging into your ward, Gideon, and then Yaksha's foot slides out underneath you. Go ahead and roll strength saving throw, I believe it was.
Yep.
Cool. Oh, that's bad. This is what, just like an ability he has, right?
DC
Yeah,
20.
it's DC
And it's,
20, yeah.
Battlemaster.
Battlemaster.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I failed that shit.
Alright,
throw?
yep. So yeah, a leg is swept out underneath you. Gideon, you go tumbling to the ground, kind of still as the blood is clouding your vision, and you see once again the glint of the blade as it's swinging towards you, I'm assuming. Yaksha?
Two-handed longsword is D10, right?
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, two-handed longsword is 10.
You're going to take... Abjuration Wizards, you're resistant to magical damage, right? Is that true?
No, spells.
Spells.
Spell
Guardian of
damage.
Nature counts, right? Okay, you're going to take...
Yeah.
7 resistance to 3 force damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then that is a total of 27 slashing. As I attack you again. That is less. I'm still using Great Weapon Master. So that is 19 to hit.
19 to hit. Shield.
Fuck
Alright,
yeah.
good.
Flash of light
again.
appears forward as, like, once again, Yaksha rears the blade back and goes to
doing my
slam it
best.
back down.
Precision attack.
Precision attack, yep.
That's adding a 6 to it.
As
Making
yep,
it a 25.
yep, shield goes up immediately. The blade kind of curves around. Does that hit with shield?
What was it?
25 now.
Yeah, that does hit.
Okay.
Immediately, the blade is thrown up into the air instead of striking you. Yaksha catches it in the other hand and goes for your side.
And now you're going to take 4 resistance to 2 force damage, plus, let's see, 23 slashing damage.
Cool.
23
And-
slashing
sorry.
damage.
If I'm doing my best, I should action surge.
Fuck yeah, you should.
Not. Gonna not. Okay, let's see. 15. Because you have your shield up, I'm not going to use Great Weapon Master here, which does reduce my damage. That's a 30 to hit.
Woof.
Yeah, that does hit.
And that is higher. Okay. So
Yikes.
with 2 hits, I'm gonna take a total of, let's see, with those 2 attacks, 16 resisted to 8 force damage. Let's see. Yeah, so 8 more force damage and 29 more slashing.
Yeah, you just start mauling this blade down into Gideon and just trying to just completely
Wait,
just
8? 8 force?
Yeah, that's 2 hits.
I thought it was...
Halved.
Okay, 2 hits, yeah.
Yeah, so the blade goes plunging down, also booming out with force from Yaksha's just aberrant kind of colossal energy from the Colossi power springing to life. As you are plunging this blade down, Adalwulf goes, Yes, feel that ride up you. Now tell me, what does it feel like to strike someone down?
What would Yaksha say? I'll say, I no longer feel weak.
All right, perfect. And so that is going to be that. That brings us to Gideon.
Sorry, one more thing. That's a
Fuck
grappling
you.
strike.
Yeah. Fuck you. All right, grappling strike, contested athletics.
Gideon, can you contested athletics or acrobatics?
We're actually just going to make this 2 rounds.
Okay. Yeah,
So
sorry,
I've decided.
Sorry.
Okay.
But Gideon, I don't think you can beat this.
Uh-huh.
That's a 37.
Yeah, I can't beat that.
Okay, as Yaksha just grabs Gideon by the neck, just sort of holds him up.
Wait,
Your
didn't
turn.
you already use your bonus action?
That's not a bonus action. That's a
Okay.
superiority die.
Yeah, well, I thought he had to activate it with the
Oh,
bonus
shit,
action.
you're right.
He let you... Yeah!
Yeah,
Fuck
you're right.
you,
You're right.
Ethan. I know the mechanics of this. You need a bonus action to use grappling strike.
You're right. You're right.
All right,
That's
and
on me.
Gideon.
That's on
Yeah,
me.
Yaksha goes to grab the neck. And then immediately, Gideon, it's your turn.
Cool. Are we allowed to do something that doesn't do damage if it's gonna set up something that does a fuck ton of damage?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Fuck me
Then
up, man.
I'm gonna. Then cool. If that's the case, I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna force cage. I'm gonna force cage Yaksha.
I mean,
Counter
yeah.
spell?
Mm.
Can I?
What'd you say?
Yeah,
Can I
counter spell.
counterspell?
You can try. Yeah.
My wisdom modifier?
Against the wizard that eats counter spells.
Yes. Are you gonna counterspell me?
Already used reaction to shield.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. That's a 21.
21. Yeah, that does it.
That does succeed, yep. Force cage tries to go up. Yaksha immediately snaps fingers. Force cage goes down.
You are weak.
Cool. I'm gonna roll bonus action Spine of the Fallen Azamar.
Fuck yeah.
Alright, let's see. Fuck. That's a D4, I'm pretty sure. Cool. That is a... That is a 1. Oh. So, if that's the case, then I just fly 30 feet straight up?
Fuck yeah, you can. Yeah, because that also wasted Yaksha's opportunity attack doing that good ol' counterspell. So
True.
immediately, wings burst out from Gideon's back, and Gideon kind of kicks you off and flies up into the air 30 feet.
Right. You were prone, though, so that's 15 feet.
What do you
call.
mean? Oh, yeah, it costs half your movement, yeah.
Yep. So 15 feet up in the air. That's your turn?
Cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Gotcha. You don't have the 10,000 actions that these fucking marshals do.
Yeah.
Alice, your turn. You technically actually haven't been attacked by the Bloodlust yet, so you can, you're good to not attack this turn, or to defend if you want. Callie is the one with the Bloodlust right now, Alice.
Oh, but is that against the rules?
Adalwulf did tell you to go all out and to let it consume you.
He did tell me to go all out. I mean, I'm still smart about this, so I'm gonna bestial transformation to get some wings, and I'm gonna fly up a little bit.
You swear you hear in the back of your head, monster, as wings shoot out from your back. I think this is honestly perfect because it's been confirmed that every time Alice does the wings, Gideon gets it. So I think it just literally just both of you pop it out at the same exact fucking time. And Alice, you also spring up into the air. 30 feet.
Okay. Let's make it a good time, and can I fly over a little bit closer?
Yeah, how
Oh, I
close
got
do you want to
these.
get?
60 feet away.
So like here? Or closer?
Yeah, that's good enough.
Closer. Okay.
I mean, it doesn't have to be close. I'm in the air as well, so.
Yeah, true. You are in the air. So right there?
I
Or
am
you can go straight above.
As long as I'm straight up. I don't know. I'm fine with either way. I'm
Alright.
going to Mind Slam Callie. Please make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh,
Hell
can
yeah.
do.
You fly over Callie's form, rear your beak up, and Callie, you are
Yikes.
just overwhelmed with the pressure.
That is a 9.
Jesus, Callie.
Fail. You are large, right?
I am large.
You are knocked prone.
Ooh, I'm
Ooh.
down here.
Yep, Callie, you are knocked to the
down there.
ground.
And I don't think there's anything I can actually do. That's my bonus action and my action, so I'm just gonna stay there.
That's your turn, kind of hovering over Callie's form, knocked to the ground. Lelee, the mediator, what are you up to?
Well, I mean, okay, Aros is here. Can I turn to Aros, who is just probably somewhere next to Adalwulf, and just go, do they look close to death yet?
Do I need to roll perception or medicine or anything?
No. You can see who's close. I mean, who's pretty low? Gideon took a fucking ass whooping. Did that break his ward?
It did. It did
Yeah.
break his ward.
So Gideon's
I'm
now
sorry.
officially bleeding. Callie's just on the ground.
Gideon's bleeding, but everyone still looks in one piece so far.
Getting and bleeding is what they need, unfortunately. But the breaking of the ward. Can I can I hold my action to basically run in and grab Gideon?
He's flying.
If he goes down or
Oh,
falls.
fuck.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where if he goes down, yeah.
Absolutely.
So, like, because I know Gideon isn't on the floor, if he goes down, I'm going to fucking run in and grab. And then
Yeah, I'll allow that, absolutely. Alright, so Lelee, you are bracing to go in and catch Gideon if he gets fucking knocked the fuck out of the sky. Alright, and that brings us to Callie.
Alright, hello. I'm on the ground. Okay, so could you tell me a little bit about what this blade is and does?
Big sword, big great sword. This one in
Great
particular.
sword.
Yeah, big old sword.
Okay.
Technically it can be whatever you want it to be, is the thing. These are remolding, so whatever sword you think is fitting Callie's fancy, that is what it starts morphing into.
Okay.
Right now it's a great sword, but you can technically change this.
Interesting. Okay.
So it feels
Hold
comfy
on.
in your hand.
Yeah, okay. Can I make it the Arathier by any chance?
You absolutely can. As you are on the ground, you kind of reach out and you gently stroke the hilt of the sword and feel its massive kind of a gravestone, like headstone blade get shrunken down and into a needlepoint bit of bone that shoots upward into a rapier that you can then spring up at Alice. Or then you can, like, do whatever you want to do with.
Yeah.
But you want to fight.
Okay, how do I want to do this? That's really the question.
How do you want to do this?
Never a sentence you want to hear in the Cursed Ones.
Yeah.
Off the bat.
Yeah.
Fine. It's okay.
Okay.
Just poke me a little.
Well, that's the plan.
Get that Far Realm
Yeah.
gunk in the ritual.
Yeah. I guess what I'm gonna do is, if it's a rapier, I'll have my proficiency. And do I have? Let
Plus
me make
3
sure I
as
can get
well.
my. Ooh. Okay. Slay. Excellent. How do I give myself advantage?
Just do it. Just will it into existence. Just get advantage.
Okay.
Get a cat.
I've got too many things. How the fuck do I get up there? I had a potentially silly idea.
Uh-huh. Is this a physics simulator idea?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
God fucking damn it.
Never escape.
If I were
What
to
is
wild
it?
shape into a giant constrictor snake, that is a huge beast. And you know how snakes can just, like, go up? Because that's how their body works?
Do you have the reach? No, my question is, do you have the reach to go all 30 feet up as the constrictor snake?
That's what I'm asking, because I'm a huge creature.
I don't think you do.
Fuck. Okay. Then I probably can't do that.
I'm sorry that I have to decline the most Mesmer the Impaler shit possible, because I really want to accept that as true in my heart of hearts.
That's alright.
But this is not a physics simulator. Slaps you across the head.
Okay. I'm not gonna be able to get sneak attack on this, I don't think. It's Jover. Oh well. I'll just like... I imagine what she does is that, like, her spear is, like, against her back as she's holding the sleep blade, and she's going to use Star Path, but use that attack with the sleep blade. And so what she does is she just, like, angles the spear directly towards Alice, and just fires herself off into the air, not really caring what's going to happen to her when she falls down.
Yep. Trail of kind of blue sparks and energy shoot up from Callie's form as she just surges forward with the blade and goes to strike at Alice.
All right, let me get myself a rapier. Hold on.
All good.
Why the fuck are rapiers?
I'm curious, where does Yaksha get counterspell from?
Markov Sentinel Human.
What?
Markov Sentinel Human. The dragon marks on her.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That's a 30 to hit.
Oh my god.
That hits.
Yeah, that's gonna hit Alice as Callie, you surge forward with the rapier and just pierce right into Alice as the blood runs cold, and it's once again time for bloodlust.
Yay. And so this is
Callie,
does that help me?
As you do this as well, Adalwulf just shouts out, "Yes, Callista! Very good! What does this make you think of? Shedding blood? Who did you wish to shed the blood of?"
God, I'd have to, hold on. She wouldn't hesitate here. I have to think of this as Callie. Because what her line jumps to is probably like, she thinks about the school for a second, but that doesn't fully penetrate because children, no. Even in the moment of bloodlust and being, obviously unhappy about, the way she was treated by her teachers and the other kids and all of that, that's probably not appropriate for murder. And after that, her mind probably jumps to just the cleaner bot, the Warforged, the thing that killed her and killed all of her friends and nearly took Gideon from her. And so I'm not sure if Adalwulf even fully hears it, because it's a little bit of just like, it's a hushed tone because she's still scared of it, even in this moment of bloodlust, but she's thinking about the cleaner bot.
Yeah. And you surge forward, and thank God it's such a whisper on the wind, because the name comes to you like butter across bread. Just fits in your head, Leviticus. It's too quiet to hear from anyone else besides Alice, but you just hiss it out, Callie, as you slam this rapier into her. Is that your turn?
Let me do my damage. It's not going to do a whole lot of damage, but it's 1d8 plus 5 and then 2d6.
Work on your damage. We are going to head to top of initiative as you do this to Yaksha. This is going to be the second and final round in the initiative.
Is the flame blade, like, I feel that it's able to, like, do anything related to fire? Or a ranged attack?
If you feel fire, you most certainly can try and harness that.
Then, can I try to use the flame blade then to blast fire at Gideon?
Here's the thing. Do you think Yaksha is the user of fire? What does Yaksha prefer?
Oh, as in, like, this is anything I want.
Yeah.
Not just the flame blade. Then it's lightning.
Fuck yeah. Go ahead and cast Call Lightning.
Okay.
Yeah, as
Am I concentrating on this?
I mean, you can. Yeah, you are concentrating on this.
I mean, like, that would break my concentration on Guardian of Nature.
It would, wouldn't it?
Alright, that's too bad. Can you make a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, I think as all the kind of colossal rage kind of goes through you, it starts to bleed into the blade and then is cast out as Call Lightning.
Cool. That is a what is that? Adding my modifier. That's 20. Dirty 20.
Awesome. Then I think you do pass that if it's my DC, and you're going to take a quartered.
Yeah, halved then quartered.
Goddamn, drawn and quartered.
All right, you're gonna take 5 lightning damage.
Cool.
5 lightning damage shoots at Gideon from the sky. Gideon hardly phased by this.
Very cool. That's good. And I'm going to use Pierce Veil as a bonus action to go invisible until the start of my next turn.
Okay, and
I can still see you, by the way. I see invisibility
Yeah,
at
I
all
was gonna
times.
say.
Hey, Yaksha doesn't know that. Yaksha doesn't know that. That's good.
Yeah, as
I know,
Yaksha
but it is
pulls a
funny.
veil over, Adalwulf and everyone else loses sight. Gideon, your eyes are still locked the fuck onto Yaksha. Speaking of, it's Gideon's turn.
Let's see. What do I do here? There's a bunch of fun stuff I could do, I think. Let me think.
I just fucking love the idea of Yaksha fucking just whopping the shit out of Gideon and then doing the worst turn ever, trying to turn invisible, and Gideon just staring him down like, what the fuck are you doing?
You know what? Fuck it. Let's disintegrate his ass.
Hell yeah!
Okay.
And yeah, no, not even blinking or losing eye contact with where Yaksha is. Gideon, you just snap your fingers and a small mote of disintegration goes forward, crackling with a small
This is a
bit
dex
of
save,
flame.
right?
Yeah,
Yep.
the deck save.
Well, I do have evasion. That is a. Let's see. 17. I assume is not.
You got a what? A 17?
Against the Gids? No fucking
17.
way.
Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
no.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take half damage from that.
All right, let's see. Give me a sec. I gotta roll all these dice now.
Go for it.
Yeah, as this kind of small mote of, like, ash trails towards you, Yaksha, immediately there's a crackling down a little bit of your shoulder as you kind of take it to the side, and it starts kind of trailing up and pushing your flesh inward and slowly trying to chip away at you.
Let's see. I'm gonna have it for you. So you are gonna take. Let's see. What would that be? You're gonna take 35 force damage.
Okay.
As this starts roiling into your body, Yaksha, as well, you notice small bits of burning. It feels like there's just been this horrible kind of immolating thing laced with the disintegration. It's not just the sting of this kind of acrid force. There's also just a little bit of a licking flame to it. It's hot. Devilishly
And hey, that
so.
draws blood, right?
That certainly draws blood. Your arm starts oozing. Is that your turn, Gids?
I think that is my turn. I'll fly another 15 feet up.
Yep, still just looming above. Getting higher now, watching the disintegration curl up. There's an amusement in your body from this. So, that's your turn, Gideon. Alice, bloodlust overtakes you. What do you do?
Hi. I'm gonna go extra close up to Callie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already like on you. My blade is like in you.
Oh,
yeah.
Are we
Because
at-
Callie
Are
can
we
like
at
fucking
least
hover.
5 feet?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Does a 12 hit you? I'm gonna assume a no.
No, I fear.
Rip. Okay. There's not much I can do with my bonus action if it's not focused on something assaultive, because it wasn't. I'm gonna use my bonus action to change it to something. I'm gonna use it to change it to psychic assault for next turn. Except there is no next turn. But while the thing I rolled for was a roll to hit with my beak, and I like to think that Alice is like grabbing onto Callie, and with the bloodlust overtaken is just kind of like, they keep calling me a monster. They keep calling me a monster. You're like me, right, Moonflower? You know what it's like, don't you? No. This was recent for you. You wouldn't know. They all keep staring at me, and I hate it. No matter how many times I keep trying to accept it, I want to be small again and fell into this.
Allie, you were just gripped with these desperate words as they run against you and crawl up the back of your neck. Lelee, it's your turn. Mediator, doing anything?
Alright, Aros, status update. Who looks worse off?
Yaksha's arm is slowly being eaten by disintegrate. Let's see. Alice actively has a sword in her, but Gideon and Callie look the best of the bunch so far.
Definitely not. What?
No, Gideon
I
looks the worst, but Callie looks the best.
Yeah.
Oh, Callie looks the best. Gideon still looks the worst. Then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't get Gideon because Gideon's in the fucking sky.
Yeah.
Everyone's in the sky except for Yaksha.
Yeah.
It's okay. This is the last round.
It
And
is the
Yaksha's
last round.
invisible.
I'm gonna can I wait, can I even see where Yaksha is?
You
Because
can't
he's
see anything. You have tremor sense. Invisibility is just like completely moot on you, Lelee. You can just feel people who are invisible.
Okay, yeah, she with like the she hears that Yaksha's arm is being fucking disintegrated and she's going to move and to grab Yaksha and just start yanking him backwards.
Yeah, absolutely. You just grab Yaksha and just kind of tug him away. There's nothing else really going to be done, but I'm assuming you're kind of restraining him in case he tries any reaction bullshit.
Yeah, just because of the arm. And like, she doesn't have any blood, so I don't really think bloodlust.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. You're fine.
Yeah, directed at her from Yaksha, that's what I mean.
So, for our final turn, curse! Yeah, sorry, the music came on. Callie! Round us out. Take us home.
Yeah. In response to everything Alice was just saying, there's just like it's not laughter because there's no malice right now. There's just like in this moment of bloodlust, it's just she doesn't understand. Alice is right. And a piece of her is just happy that she's getting it out. Even if she is the subject of it, that's the whole point of this. And she's just kind of happy for Alice. Simultaneously, she's going to be stabbing Alice even more with the sword.
All right.
But it's a weird kind of like dazed smile on her face. Like she knows that she doesn't understand, and that's okay. But since I'm up here, I'm like, I imagine she's already kind of like clinging on to you because there's a sword in there.
Absolutely.
It should be okay to activate steady aim as my bonus action to give me.
Fuck yeah, it is.
Oh wait, fuck. Oh, I forgot that I have disadvantage. Oh wait, no, it wore off. Never mind. We're fine. We're fine. I have advantage. It's cool. Anyway.
All right.
I think that's gonna hit. That's a 30 again. I rolled a 19
30
a second
hits.
time.
You rear the blade back, this undescribable expression underneath your mask, and you plunge it forward.
Alright. That's gonna be more damage this time because I can finally use my sneak attack. Hooray! Where's my sneak attack? Is it 5d6? It is 5d6. Alright. That is 11 plus 15, so 26 piercing damage.
And is that our final attack of this initiative?
That is. Yes.
So, as you rear the blade back, it surges forward, and at once, throughout the room, there's a burst of energy, this new writhing sensation that begins to float upwards and grant the room this abundance of color and light. As it spills forward and illuminates you all, the red of the bloodlust begins to fade away. And it all trails towards the blades. About half of it going towards Yaksha's, the other half to Callie's. And a little bit going into Gideon. As we end initiative, everyone feels their eyes unclouded as Adalwulf looks forward and yells, "Stop! Halt. Good job, all of you. Congratulations. You have awakened your arc blades." We are going to end this session off here. So, that is that. Let's go through our closing remarks, shall we? Arc blades in play. Starting us off, Ethan, go ahead.
Yes, okay. One thing I learned was Leviticus is a thing. Aros is going to have to explain more to me about that, but I did learn that Leviticus is a thing.
You didn't know that,
Aros
that's true.
is going through. one roleplay moment. God, that just Alice's like near the end.
You stole mine.
So I think I had one in mind, but I completely forgot it after Ines did, because that was just incredible.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Hello, I'm Dean. I'm the Dungeon Master. I play everyone else. One thing I learned is that I can go ahead and make such an abstract ass fucking puzzle and give it to the two most autistic bitches in this, the three most autistic bitches in this call. You guys did great. It was pretty fucking vague. And Ro, in your defense, your answer did work for everything. I was just baffled that you had one.
Real risky gamble, because
it was a very risky gamble, and I appreciate the fuck out of it.
Got it. That means if we didn't do double or nothing, you would have lost just immediately. They would have gotten all at once.
Oh wait, someone got it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll deal with the ramifications of that another time. As for roleplay, moment, I like. There's a lot of juicy things. I am gonna give it to Bennie and Alice, just dealing with that whole plush toy situation. That was fucking rough. That was brutal. That hit hard. Just, yeah, rough. That was really fucking good. All right,
We're not gonna recover from this.
What's one thing you learned? What's one roleplay moment you liked?
I learned that I can't fucking comprehend abstract questions. As for what Aros learned, more about Yaksha, shit happens. And
Shit
also
does.
he's gonna need to explain himself. One roleplay moment I liked, I wasn't here for a lot of it, but y'all went off with the fucking heads.
Nasty heads. Shout out to Cece, who was just a horrible little guy. Just really,
I really
nasty
appreciated
the whole time.
Thank you.
appreciated Cece unmuting just go, or like something along the line.
It was going to be a roleplay moment. I forgot about it. Cece was going to take it.
Thank you.
Kiki, what is one thing you learned? What's one roleplay moment you liked?
One thing I learned is that I know everything about what Ellie and Lens were 100%. So if you could just like DM me what Elliot was talking about, just like totally. I already know it, just so that I have it like written down.
Yeah. That was entirely me taking the piss at you not being here for the first half, by the way. I will absolutely give you fill-in information.
You're fine, don't worry about it. I just think it's really funny because canonically she probably wouldn't be paying as much attention as she should be because she needs to be active.
Yeah.
I mean, chronic pain makes it hard to be active
Exactly.
when you're listening to
Wow.
somebody. 'Cause
What?
You can't walk around. Wow.
Damn, you're telling me
fucking
this? I didn't fucking know that.
I know.
I know
I
nothing
just got
about
a call
chronic pain.
today telling me that. It's fucking crazy. Anyways, one roleplay moment I liked. The Alice one was already said. The head one was already said. I really like the fuck ass little bear. What the fuck was that?
Hello.
What was that? with that?
Horrible. That little bear
What was
was
that?
awful.
That was the bear
What was
box.
that? That was scary. That was scary.
I'm just
It was
come
British.
on.
I didn't like it. Why are you British? Why are
I'm a
you British,
bear.
little bear?
It's like British Melenko.
Ba, ba, ba.
I'm just a bear, motherfuckers. All right, Tony.
It's a bear.
Hey, what's up? Let's see, roleplay moment I liked. I liked how nasty Yaksha was getting, but I'm just pointing that out. I'm not actually giving it to Yaksha. The roleplay moment I actually did like.
You can't give me
that I
one.
want to give this to. I really liked Callie in the forest. That was fun. Like the panic and concern.
It's
Very good at
that's her
bringing
fucking
it up.
brother. She's concerned. Oh, amazing. And Ines.
I learned that Zabalba is maybe possessing Henri, which isn't great. I don't like that. That's horrible
Hello.
information. Go away. I don't like that. This is the roleplay moment I liked. I was gonna say Callie in the forest because that was really good, but we had a lot of solid moments all overall. I'm gonna say this is like kind of offshoot, but I feel like Gideon's desire to eat wood was somehow really well portrayed.
Real.
Rose
Like just
hungry.
this kind of like I need it.
I was hungry.
Like real, you could really feel the kind of just like I just need that wood. Okay, just.
Can
Just
a guy
rip.
eat some fucking wood in peace?
No.
Yes, he did.
He did. That is true. And oh god, who is last? The
It was
chick
me.
got shoveled. Okay, Cece.
Well, I learned that Lens was sick in the head. Even when he was normal, he just had some really weird ideas about how to like trap something. What's his problem?
To be fully clear, he made this while sick in the head. This whole puzzle was made when Lens was like corrupting into a horrible monster. It was like, it's time to deal with my feelings by making a drug trip puzzle.
I guess so. All right. I'm sure he was sick in the head before too.
Sickos.
Probably.
He
I
was.
still think me and Cece did the best. You really nailed it.
And the roleplay moment I liked was, in a similar vein, what the fuck is Lens's problem? What the fuck is Adalwulf's problem? Like, why is he like that?
I'm
This
just a
whole
fucking
start of the session.
dog.
What's his problem?
He's
His eyes always smiling and cackling.
Dog.
You got that
What's
dog
his-
in him.
What's his damn problem? I liked how you portrayed him though. Like, what's his damn problem?
That's my dog.
I am just a fucking dog.
You're the devious dog.
Maybe
that
you
dog-
should learn how to hang out
You
with
really
Kiki,
make it
you
look
know?
like you're here to murder
Devious
us.
hound.
You
The
really
devious
seem a
hound.
mistrusting dog.
This hound.
Well,
There's something up.
there's something up with this hound. All right, well, tune
That's
in
what I'm saying.
next time. Hopefully, we will have more exalted ones soon, and perhaps there's something else appearing on the horizon. So sometime in the future, something mysterious. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
Bye.
Fuck!